I live on the same planet as you, so I can't smile anymore. It's fucking annoying. I'm actually a really smiley person, but you guys stole all the money, so until I kill you, I can't smile anymore or whatever. I'm joking about all of this, but I mean, that's how deep it's gone. Sorry.
No one tells you about growing up poor is even if
Hi!
you want.
It's Skycatlive! Woo! It's 2:50 in the afternoon. Fuck the oligarchs, fuck the Republicans, fuck the Democrats and their stupid piece of shit money grubbing thievery in the temple asses. And I'm opening the stream like that. Absolutely, you better fucking believe it. And I mean what I say. And I don't give a flying fuck what you think. I spoke the truth. Fuck them and their stupid thieves in the temple asses. Fuck them and their stupid demon banker asses. Fuck them and their stupid Bitcoin thievery, election stealing, fucking election bribing asses. Fuck them and their stupid, corrupt piece of shit backstabbing traitor asses. You're up on live. You're live with Skycat Live. It's 2:51 in the afternoon. It's 5/6. That's a May 6th, 2025. Fuck the Republican and Democratic Party and their stupid demon banker asses. I'm gonna say it every day probably. I don't care what you think. I don't care who you vote for. Fuck the fucking piece of shit traitors who sold us up goddamn shit creek and killed the lower class. It doesn't matter what you think. I don't care what you say. I don't care what you think. Go ahead and shoot me with the high power rifle from across the street like John Lennon. I've expected it all my goddamn life. I didn't hold the words back then when I was a punk singer. I'm not doing it now. Fuck the goddamn piece of shit goddamn traitor entities that are the Democrat and Republican parties in 2025. Fuck them. Get them the fuck out of here. Get these traitors the fucking out of here and get their demon banker friends the fuck out of here too. And their Bitcoin demon banker friends and their child rape demon banker friends and their Ghislaine Maxwell child rape demon banker friends and all this weird shit and their Bill Gates software fucking tortious negligent asses and all their piece of shit fucking backstabbery. They can go fuck themselves. Fuck the Republicrats. Now I hide this from everybody that I know, but I don't have to hide it from you. You guys deserve the truth. These pieces of shit just deserve to suffer for what they did to the lower class. They don't deserve a warning. I love you guys. Hi, I'm Skycat Live. I'm going to take it off the big face now. We're going to go and watch this video, which obviously got my blood up, which is you're being gaslit by generational wealth and baby boomers who sold out the lower class. Sorry.
One day earn good money, you will spend your adulthood feeling completely gaslit by people who obviously grew up wealthy.
Yeah, who obviously grew up wealthy but think that they're poor. You're not fucking poor. You don't know what it is. Do you have the 28 felonies? Do you have the goddamn drug addictions? You got the wives cheating on you or the husband beating you in the fucking ghetto while you're drunk with your fucking, you know, your kids with mullets and stuff like this? No, you don't know that shit. You don't know anything about us. You just destroyed us instead. You don't ever talk to us or worry about us. You don't care what the banks do to us or how expensive the rent is or how expensive the food is or how we do all the fucking labor in the goddamn country or anything like that. You don't give a shit about what happens to us. You worship that money. Money's your god now. If you have money, you're godly. If you don't, you're not.
One thing no one tells you about growing up poor is even if you
one thing nobody ever tells you is that the middle and the upper class are completely delusional about who they are. They really are. They're completely delusional. They don't know what being poor is. They've never had it. They don't know. Maybe they have a shoplifting charge. Something. Maybe they've got a shoplifting charge, you know? I got my first shoplifting charge when I was, I don't know, 11 something.
One day earn good money, you will spend your adulthood feeling completely gaslit.
Yeah, you ever needed something so bad like video games because you got an addiction like heroin, methamphetamine, cocaine, or pills or something like that, or fentanyl or trank or something like that? You ever actually had an addiction like video games? Have you ever had to steal to support the addiction? If you haven't, you probably aren't lower class. You probably aren't poor. If those things aren't normal to you, you are definitely one of the privileged ones. You're a fortunate one, like you're a senator's son.
who obviously grew up wealthy but genuinely think that they were middle class.
Yeah, they genuinely think that they're middle class. They're not. They've never had to steal to eat. They've never slept on the fucking streets. They don't have a shit clue about that. They don't really know. It's not like it's a bragging right. I'm talking about if they did know, they never ever would have repealed the Glass-Steagall Act and fucked us with the Democrat Party and Sleepy Joe, or bungled COVID and killed 1 million of us with the Republican Party, or dropped bombs on fucking like Japan with the Republican Party in World War II, or forced us to go to Vietnam with the Republican Party with Nixon, or forced us to go to Kosovo with Bill Clinton, or 9/11 our own fucking troops in New York, or any of this other shit with friends like you. I'd rather have Nazis running my government. I think I kind of do.
Because for people who grew up like going to summer sleepaway camp,
there's this point where like somebody with an actual sense of what I've faced in my lifetime and how crazy it is just tells you how fucking shitty it was to live in the same country as the middle and the upper class. It was fucking shitty. If the $2,000 rent isn't a fucking indication of it, the trankers on the street should be enough for you. It was fucking shitty to live with the middle and the upper class the last 40 years. It was fucking shitty. They rose the rent. They raised the price of the gasoline. They raised the price of the goddamn food. They raised the price of the alcohol. They made dope hard to get. They ran black markets and charged $50 for an eighth of marijuana. All the stuff that we use in the lower class to get through how shitty it is to live in the same country as you fucking rich, fucking privileged shitheads. Fuck you guys.
Having international family vacations every year.
They're not like us. They're not like us. They think they are. They're not like us.
Expecting their parents to help them with a down payment on a house. Like, they really do think that's how people grow up.
Have you owned a car in the last 10 years? Then you're not in the lower class. Have you had to rent everything that you own? Then you're in the lower class. It's like that fucking shitty Jeff Foxworthy thing. You might be a redneck if somebody shot a gun at you in the last 10 years. You might be a redneck if you're living with your parents. You might be lower class if you have thought about robbing a bank and planned it. You might be in the lower class if you have filled a grocery cart with groceries and walked out the front door knowing that that was going to be the difference between whether you ate or not that month. You might be in the lower class if you really, really, really despise the middle and upper class. And you can smile at them and they can all be stupid and gaslight you about how we're all middle class together or whatever. But no, motherfucker, I don't have more than $1 to my name. You might be in the lower class if you don't have, I've got $1 in cash. $1 in cash. That's it. I've got some savings that I get from disability that I use very frugally once in a while, once a month. And then I've got $1 in cash sitting on my table by the door. You can have it. I don't give a shit about it. After the middle and the middle class and upper class got done with money in this goddamn country, it's fucking worthless. If you don't believe me, ask the people that use it for the main currency in Venezuela. The American dollar is completely shit. It's completely shit because the oligarchs and the middle class got their holds on it. It's disgusting. They destroyed it and ran their rich white collar crimes. You want to know how these rich people keep their money? They do what's called conjecture with their stock instead of their money. And they just keep rolling that money and that interest, and they just keep making more billions and billions of more dollars. Who do you think's money that was? It's the lower class. That's where that money came from. Did you think it came from the middle class? No, you just robbed the poor, you piece of shit. You're basically goddamn the sheriff of Nottingham if you're Elon Musk. You're fucking disgusting, and yes, I would kill you if there wasn't laws against it. And call it God's work.
They think that that's the average American experience.
Fuck Luigi, I don't want it that way. Fuck you, worthless traitors. I'm not gonna kill you. I'm gonna spank you and force you to beg for penitence in front of the entire community for bringing us to our knees, worshiping that fucking god of money that you follow, Satan.
and you'll be at a job earning the exact same amount as that person, and yet your lifestyles would be completely different. And
so you can act like you're like me. You're not like me. You don't come from the same fucking places. I don't care how poor your family was. If you don't have 28 felonies, a bunch of addictions, a bunch of problems, police chasing you from state to state, or problems, maybe you've been a drug dealer or a prostitute or something like that, did whatever you had to do in America to survive in the lower class. If you haven't done something like that, then you aren't the lower class. Don't be acting like me. You're not like me.
Well, they'll think that's a you problem, because the nature of generational wealth and how it filters into a person's life even long after they
they'll be like, that's a you problem. It's a me problem that every employee in America pays no more than $20 an hour, but you guys raise the rent to $2,000. That's my fault. I'm lazy, huh? I'm lazy because you raised the cost of rent to exactly what it is to work for 200 hours a month. I'm lazy. It's my fault. I'm the lazy one. You guys raise the rent to exactly what it costs, to exactly what you get paid for working 200 hours a month. It's because I'm lazy that I don't have any money. It's my fault. Yeah, it is. Maybe we shouldn't kill you. I don't know, but the rage is there. Fuck you guys.
Is that it creates a kind of invisible...
You guys are so piece of shit stupid. You killed our country. I can't fucking stand you, you fucking traitors. Both parties need to go fucking yesterday.
Field. And if you've lived in that...
Both parties, they gotta get out of here. They're fucking traitors. They watch idly by like Satan as their weakest members, the weakest links in their community, die on the fucking streets. They are Satan. I want them fucking gone. Fuck them in their stupid, worthless, deadbeat asses. And that's what they say about us. Nah. It's the rich that are the worthless piece of shit deadbeat asses. We gotta get them the fuck out of here now.
Your whole life, it's almost impossible.
I will sow a revolution from my goddamn fucking bed. Just like John Lennon. I don't fucking care. I'll bed in for peace. I don't fucking care. These piece of shit demon bankers, they've got to stop fucking us to death. They've got to stop doing it. I've not been hyperbolic here in any way or form.
Imagine a world without it.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to our March video essay here on the Financial Diet. And for this month's essay, I want you to meet two women. Their names are Mel and Sophia. They're both 40-year-old married women who work in the publishing industry. Because if you've ever seen a rom-com, you know that women only work in publishing, journalism, or at an art gallery.
It's true.
On the surface, Mel and Sophia's lives look almost identical. They work...
All women in the lower class and middle and upper class are Sex in the City, right? That's how all women live. It must be, right? Every woman in this country lives like Sex in the City. If they don't, they must be dumb or something, right? This is how bad these piece of shit fucking efforts actually are. This is the attitude that they have. All women work in some kind of news office or something like that. It's so sexist and shitty. Fuck these fucking dinosaur fucking efforts. And I'm dead serious, I said this exactly as I went before the stream. Now I'm saying it on the stream. It doesn't matter whether I'm in the job or not. My opinion does not change. You guys have destroyed this country by selling out the weakest links. That makes you essentially, the sheriff of Nottingham. You found the poor and you fucked us to death. You're like the sheriff of Nottingham. You sit there and you act like you want to be Nancy Pelosi or something like that. But no, you're actually the sheriff of goddamn Nottingham and you fucked the lower class to death. If you haven't done drugs in a seedy crack motel in the last 10 years, then you aren't a goddamn lower class. Don't be acting like you are.
For competing publishing.
Maybe you don't have money, sure, but you still might not be lower class though. If you have things, if you have hope, if you still have love for anybody in your country really other than the lower class, you really missed the point. You missed what happened. You missed what they did. You missed the bank crisis. You missed the COVID. You missed the 9/11. You missed the Vietnam. You missed the goddamn betrayals from the Republicrats over the last 75 years as they imprisoned the weakest links in our society for drugs and killed their fellow Americans like some kind of Nazi. Fuck these fucking traitors and their low fidelity piece of shit traitor asses.
Houses, making similar salaries with similar job titles, and yet
go imprison some of your own countrymen more.
Struggles way more than the other. Let's start with Mel. She's still paying off student loans at age 40.
I'm still paying. Well, I'm not paying it off because they just had to forgive that. They realized how predatory it was as they fucked the lower middle class to death for trying to get an education and dig themselves out of this. So yeah, they just had to forgive that. They realized that they raped every student in the goddamn country. So the Democrats were like, oh God, they're going to kill us, aren't they? Yeah, we're going to fucking kill you for what you did. We're probably going to kill you. It's the anger runs that goddamn deep. You fucked every student in the goddamn country. We kind of want to kill you. Yeah. So you better forgive that debt or we might string you up. That's how bad this gets. You guys have been the sheriff of Nottingham. You are not aware. You're fucking shitheads. Fuck both parties. If you still identify as either of those parties, to me you're a traitor. The parties that fucked every student in America, the parties that started every war we've had in the last 100 years, the parties that ostracized every gay person, every trans person, the parties that are literally black-bagging immigrants and sending them to the fucking South instead of keeping them in their own country in the 55,000 fucking drug prisons that they built. We somehow can't find a fucking jail cell for what's his name that got sent to goddamn Abrego Garcia Cortez or whatever his name is, right? I can't remember his full name, right? What, you couldn't find a goddamn empty jail cell in the 55,000 drug prisons you built for your fucking lower class? What's wrong with you, piece of shit? What's wrong with you? You can't seem to get your portrayal accurate or efficient. You can't seem to portray us correctly or efficiently enough. You had 55,000 drug prisons that you built. You can't find an empty jail cell and keep that guy in your own country? Your piece of shit backstabbery from the goddamn Republican traitors is unacceptable, and you're lucky that we don't kill you. I'll joke about it. We love you, so we won't kill you. But I mean, we don't like you. I mean, sooner or later, one of us has to tell you. You've been fucking your own lower class with a fucking dildo till we bleed to death. And I'm sorry, but that's what it's actually like. You've been fucking the lower class to death and living your little bubble fantasies out there in your fucking burbs and your boondocks or whatever. The boondocks was about this. You've been living your little bubble fantasy out there as you rode and fucked the lower class to death and starved us out and started charging $2,000 for rent, which ironically is exactly what you get paid for working 200 hours a month in a $10 an hour job. Ooh, must be an accident. Must be inflation. Oh, you aren't trying to fuck us to death or anything like that. You're not Republican traitors or anything. You just need the $2,000 for rent because you need 3 houses and 5 cars, I guess? Poor people are evil or something? I don't know what your shithead Satan vibe is, but you're lucky we don't fucking kill you. And you can go on in your little deluded piece of shit baby boomer heads for the rest of your goddamn life about how you're not complicit or that you didn't ride the death of the fucking lower class or any of this other shit. But you did. You kind of did. You're complicit in it. You might not have done it. I mean, that's the landlords. They did that. You know, you're not complicit in it, but you voted for the people who made it possible. I don't know if there's really a difference. And yeah, fuck the Republican Party and their stupid traitor asses. I could list all the ways that they did it in the last 100 years if you would like. Fuck them and their stupid traitor asses. Fuck the Democrats and their fucking stupid traitor asses. I could list all the ways just in the last 2 years that the Democrat concealed a really big lie and how it really, really fucked our country. Just as bad as George Bush crashing planes into our own buildings while he detonated thermite and killed 3,000 of our own troops. It's just as bad of a betrayal on both sides. The Republicans, they can go fuck themselves. They better shoot me with a high-power rifle from across the street or some such, or I'm just going to be the death knell of their goddamn piece of shit backstabbery.
Scrimping on each purchase to save a few.
You know what my mother loves to do when she thinks about money? Buy scratch lottery tickets, because that's the only way she's ever gonna make money in this weird shitty country that you fucking backstabbing traitors built. She's got to win the goddamn lottery. She knows it. I know it. It's the only way you can get around the goddamn fucking backstabbery betrayal that the Republicans put us through with the bank crisis, 9/11, COVID, Afghanistan, and Vietnam and Pearl Harbor. Last 100 years. How many atrocities do we need, you piece of shit? A little less atrocity is all we need. I'm quoting Pennywise. That's a punk band. I know you don't like punk singers. I don't fucking care. I'll hit you with the punk singer lyrics and shit. A little less tragedy is all we need. How do we do that? Well, you maybe should stop laughing all the way to the bank and maybe care about your fellow man like God told you to, you fucking faithless piece of shit fucking Satanist cocksucking assholes. And every word you do deserve. I wouldn't say it if it wasn't true.
$100 a month into her 401k.
I can go stomping about like fucking Hitler if you want me to. Or you can just grow a soul and get better. And stop treating your fellow man like some kind of goddamn matrix battery, you faithless piece of shit oligarch fucking asshole robber baron cocksuckers. Fuck you.
Dealing with the aftermath.
I got it the worst. I got the shat the worst. I'm bleeding out the ass every day for the rest of my life. I can't sleep on my goddamn back without a fucking knife for every day that I've known these piece of shit fucking middle upper class oligarch cocksuckers. There's a knife on my back for every day I've known you, and I can't sleep on my own back. I need sleeping pills to deal with what you guys fucking did to me. You know how many cops I've had to dodge in my life? You know how many high-speed chases I've been in? You know how many fucking people I've corrupted and all these other terrible things that I've done because you have made it really fucking hard to live here. You know, it's really genuinely hard to fucking live here, like both mentally, physically, and spiritually. You have made it hard to live here with your fucking constant thievery and theft. I don't really want to live here anymore. I look for exits all the fucking time. Sooner or later, you can say, oh, Skycat's just full of hyperbole or whatever. It's just a crisis. He's freaked out or whatever. But no. I've been thinking these thoughts for 23 years since I was 16 years old. That is really fucking sad. An American should expect a better fucking reality than that. You guys fucking suck dick. Debt to both the Democrat and the Republic Party. You guys suck dick and are killing us. Fuck you. Your leadership has been insufficient. I want you the fuck out of my country now. If not out of my country, out of office. I want you out. I vote for a new initiative in this country. I, the public, vote for a new initiative in this country. A vote of non-confidence. I have a vote of non-confidence in both of my fucking parties. I don't want Republicans or Democrats running this country ever again. You guys killed our fucking lower class. You have killed us and descended us to 100 years of war, poverty, famine, and disease. I don't want your leadership anymore. Fuck you guys. I don't vote for you. You can't have my vote anymore. Fuck you guys.
Of medical neglect in her youth, like her teeth problems and her joint problems. She's paying off a little bit of credit card debt. She and her husband take turns caring for her kindergarten.
You can act like it's okay, that we're all fine, and I'm just gonna be fine, and that nobody took a shot at Trump this year. You can act like it's okay as they lock up Luigi or anything like that. It's totally fine. Everything's gonna be totally fine. You guys don't need to change or anything. There won't be a big war coming or anything like that. It's totally fine. You just keep fucking the lower class to death. See what happens. Fuck around and find out. Fuck around and find out, bitch. Fafo. Fuck around and find out what happens. You keep fucking us to death. Fafo, fuck around and find out. Find out what happens. I'll lead the goddamn guillotine march myself. Fuck around and find out.
After school in the afternoons.
You keep fucking the lower class to death. I'll fuck you to death, Trump. I'll fuck you to death live on a camera. You keep fucking the lower class to death, I'll do it to you physically live on camera. Show to the world that the bad man's gone. And I don't mean that like literally, I really don't. In Minecraft or whatever. I mean it like figuratively. You keep fucking the lower class to death with your piece of shit oligarch friends. We'll show up. Expect us, bitch. Expect us.
She has to avoid.
And no, I don't roll with goddamn idiots like Anon. I don't need to. I have enough fucking sense to deal with all of this by myself. I have enough common sense. My mother raised me with enough common sense and dignity to understand how to see my way through this situation without the help of a piece of shit backstabbing traitor, middle class and upper class fucking oligarch, pieces of shit Republican and Democrat traitors. I don't need your fucking help to fix this country. I know what's good for us. And it's not you.
Cost of after school care.
It's called real leadership, bitch. I've done it all my goddamn life. No problem. Led it to every victory I ever wanted, except for heroic Ragnaros. That was it. It's the only thing I didn't get. Or then Gladiator or whatever. The big ones. I don't get them because I don't buy my victories like everybody the fuck else.
and she
like
looked into
Elon and Trump. They bought their fucking victory with Dogecoin. You guys don't seem to understand what it is. You can't understand the goddamn play. Every criminal in the fucking world wants to bribe the sheriff of Nottingham so he turns his eyes when they commit their Bitcoin theft. So every Bitcoin thief in the fucking world signed up and sent $400 million to Donald Trump the day before the election. Bitcoin thieves. Thieves in the temple.
finding a rent
Demon bankers.
stabilized apartment.
Our president took a $400 million bribe from the fucking Thieves Guild the day before the goddamn election, so he would turn his blind eye to their Bitcoin thievery as they steal the last bit of money that the lower class has. Worthless piece of shit oligarch, faithless piece of shit low fidelity cocksuckers. All of them, the whole lot of them. Republican, Democrat, doesn't matter who you fucking vote for. Fuck you fucking traitors and your stupid worthless asses. You kill my country, I'm not gonna kill you, but I'm definitely probably gonna kill the middle and the upper class. Let's make everybody poor. How's that? Let's take down the grid. Let's make everybody poor. I think it is the solution. Let's make everybody poor and go back to farms and fucking sunlight and stuff like this, right? Let's make everybody fucking poor so you can understand what it's like and not treat us like this anymore. I think it's the big reset that always fucking happens. The rich people shit on us and start stealing us and raping our children to the point where it's so fucking bad that we just wipe the whole table again and everybody's poor and the Noah's flood hits or whatever, and the rich people are forced to remember what it's like to be poor and how fucking bad it is. And then we have a few hundred years of peace and loving golden age and stuff. And then the rich oligarch pieces of shit like Elon Musk and Donald Trump stomp their way across the world and they trick the poor people into believing that rich people are good. Rich people aren't good. Being rich isn't good. That means that you stockpile money so that other people couldn't have it. In what way is that good? So, yeah, maybe if it's cold in the winter, you don't freeze. Yeah, you got some logic there, but if there's somebody who is poor, who needs help, and you're stockpiling for the winter so that you don't freeze, that person who's poor still needs help, don't they? So you're stockpiling in that fucking bank? I want to make banks illegal, like the bankers. I want to make bankers and banks illegal. I think they are the tools by which the rich piece of shit Elon Musk oligarchs of the fucking world fuck the lower class to death.
And after many, many years of unpredictable rent increases, a lifesaver since buying property.
And no one will ever listen. That would imply that there's somebody left in the human race of value. Nobody will ever listen to me. I'm certain of this, as I am certain that the sun is going to rise tomorrow. No one will ever listen to me, and because I'm crazy and scary and telling the truth, you know. But I mean, no one will ever listen to this, and I'm very, very aware of this. And that's all part of it too. That's another part of this whole control fascist fucking zeitgeist thing that you guys are doing, trying to squeeze your grips so tight that we slide through your fucking fingers like some kind of Star Wars meme about how you're supposedly the rebellion cause, the good boys, but you have a red fucking lightsaber and a red MAGA hat every time you show up on camera. No, you're the goddamn empire. Fuck the fucking empire. And yes, I hope you do burn, bitch. Yeah, fuck the empire.
In the city is nowhere within her family's reach.
This isn't bravery. This is me tossing my hands in the air. It's worse than that. It's resignation. This isn't me being brave trying to tell you how bad you fucked us to death right as we die of being fucked to death. This is just me being pragmatic and just informing you of what you did to us as we're going to kill you. It's me telling you why we're going to kill you. We're going to come kill you soon, I believe, because you don't stop fucking us to death for the dollar. We're probably going to come kill you soon, like the Purge. It's not too good. I don't want that. I want you to change and foster the people.
And then sitting just one desk over, you have...
When you foster the people, piece of shit oligarch cocksucking Donald Trump and Elon Musk loser-ass motherfuckers who deserve not a dollar to their name, right? When you stockpile all that goddamn money with your Dogecoin scams and all this stuff, who do you think gets hurt? Is it the middle class who keep going on about their lives like The Office or whatever? Or the upper class? Who do you think gets hurt when you steal all that money? Do you think it's The Office or I don't know, Mad Men? Are they the people who are hurt when the billionaire oligarchs form Dogecoin and buy an election? No, it's the lower class. We're the ones who are hurt. We're the ones who are treated like serfs and all this. The middle class just keep plodding on and complain about, inheritance tax or whatever. But, some of us actually get thrown in drug prisons all of our lives for no goddamn reason and would kill you for it. Just telling you the truth. You kind of threw me in drug prison all of my goddamn life, like a gulag, and like Putin. You know how they talk about how Putin, the spy master, and all this shit. You kind of did to me what the gulag did to Putin. So yeah, I'm gonna rise to the top. You don't want progressive taking over. I might be Putin one day because I don't like the Republican and the Democratic Party. And if you want that to change, you better stop fucking the lower class in our fucking asses. You better stop today. You better stop raising that rent. You better stop making the eggs $10. You better stop making the barrel of oil $400 or whatever it is you do. All your shitty things about using your stocks as conjecture tools and all the shit that you do that I don't truly understand because I don't do stupid Scrooge McDuck effatry stuff. I don't do Scrooge McDuck things like Forex, I don't do Scrooge McDuck Forex things designed to fuck other lower class people out of their money or whatever on a tort lawsuit scale or whatever, on a tort scale where we could fuck a lot of people if we make 400 power companies in Texas and have bidding wars between the power companies, and we can electrically gerrymander Texas or Colorado with 350 power companies, and we can fuck more poor people. Yay! And so, yeah, I mean, we don't need to kill you if you change, but we're probably gonna kill you. You've been fucking us to death since World War II. Well, really, World War I. Since this time last century, you've been fucking us in our fucking asses. Sooner or later, we're just going to kill you. You've got to get your boot off of our goddamn neck, you piece of shit middle and upper class goddamn demon bankers. You got to make an affordable car. You got to make the transportation affordable. You got to make the planes safe. You got to make sure the kids can get an education and can eat. You got to make sure the roads are good enough so that school buses can get the kids to school. You can't be fucking up COVID. You can't be fucking up world wars. If you go to world war, I'm just going to kill you. I'm not going to go fight that war for you. I'm just going to kill you. We're not doing any more world wars. That's not happening anymore. Your leadership and your piece of shit double effatry, it's got to end. It's your piece of shit white effatry. It's got to end. It's got to stop. You've been fucking the world for 100 years. You got to stop it now. I'm that guy who raises his hand and says, I've been fucked to death and I'm about to die now. You got to stop.
Yeah. Who, as we said, has essentially the same salary, works the same job, but who has no student loans to speak of. She loves going out with her friends at least once a week, plus she's mood strikes. She's healthy and active for her age with no medical.
I cry for you. You think I'm crying for me. Every time I cry on this stream, I cry for you, traitor. Your story, Donald Trump. I cry for you. It's the most horrible goddamn thing that's ever happened short of Hitler and the goddamn Holocaust. The sheer fucking, the sheer embarrassment that I feel when I embrace the actual reality of the Republican Party's failure in the last fucking 10 years and the Democrat failure in the last 50 years or something like that. It's insane. I mean, 20 years. In the last 20 years, the Republicans killed 3,300 or 400 of their own troops in 9/11. They condemned us to a forever war in Afghanistan that lasted 23 years and got 5,000 or 6,000 troops killed there. They did not win that war. They did not ever actually gain something that gave us any sort of morale or anything like that. They just got blown up by roadside IEDs, essentially. Even the troops were like, why are we here? The piece of shit leadership should be killed. I think they are our worst enemy. I would embrace China, Russia, and North Korea before I would embrace Donald Trump. I believe that I think that Putin is less scary than Trump. I think that the rich white man is more terrifying now than Hitler. I believe that Elon Musk is not a mistake. I think all that $400 billion was stolen from the lower class with stuff like Tesla, stuff like stock conjecture, or using stock to to conjecture the stock market, as opposed to money and all this other stuff, and just, you know, and all the things that they do, their little rich people devil tricks, you know, Satan teaches them these tricks, all their shitty little tricks, you know, or whatever evil thing that you believe in, Sauron or whatever. Sauron teaches them these tricks. They're like Nazgul, and they use the stock market to fuck the lower class out of $400 billion, and I'm not really sure why they're still alive, or still free anyways. I know why they should be alive, because we can't kill these people. That makes us them. We can't be Luigi. We must imprison this piece of shit who stole $400 billion from the lower class, so that my parents are worried about whether their fucking social security is going to be there or not. And so, yeah, so if you don't want us to kill you, you can abdicate that piece of shit Thieves Guild throne and give us the skeleton key that you stole. Or we can just bring the goddamn pigs up into the goddamn fucking crack house in the fucking ghetto or whatever and knock your fucking meth lab over and kill your Elon Musk ass. And I'm dead serious. You can abdicate this throne willingly and do it with dignity, or we're going to march and take it from your fucking ass, and I'll lead them if I have to. I'm sick of you guys fucking the poor to death. We can act like it's all some game and the Skylar's crazy or some shit. I don't give a flying fuck what you think. This is the truth.
Concerns. She has no credit card debt, actively racking up miles and points with her cards that she pays off in full each month. She and her husband have a nanny who's available to pick up and babysit their child every day after school. And she lives in what she considers to be a modest 3-bedroom condo on the bottom 2 floors of a brownstone.
There is no such thing as a modest three-bed brownstone condo. There's no such thing as that in America anymore. There's only trankers on the streets, you piece of shit. Goddamn backstabbing fucking traitors. Fuck both your parties. And if you make it out of this with your lives, I mean, okay, I'm going to say a prayer for you, Republicrats. And I mean this. Donald Trump and Joe Biden and Obama and all this, right? I am praying for you to maintain, I am praying for you to be able to keep your lives after what you guys did to us in the last 20 years. I'm praying that your parties survive. I am saying a prayer to a God that I don't believe in, that we don't kill you. I really am. But I mean, it's getting to that point. You have fucked the lower class to death so long and so hard that, I mean, sooner or later we're going to have to fuck you to death just for our own survival.
Into with her.
Do you really want a class war? Wouldn't you really want would you rather want some kind of blood war or some kind of race war or something like that? Do you really want a class war where every homeless poor person and every lower class person that can't pay rent just storms through Washington, D.C. like the veritable horde in World of Warcraft and tears your ass from limb to limb? Do you really want that? Do you want an unmitigated January 6th where the cops just stand by because the cops know better than to fuck with the lower class? The cops will stop the middle class people when they try to January 6th. The cops will not try to stop the lower class who's there to fucking topple a tyrant. And so you can get toppled or you can fix this. One or the other. Piece of shit traitor.
Husband shortly after they got married.
And no, I'm not saying that to be hyperbolic. I don't need their money. I've lived all my life without it. I'm not doing this. I'm not saying this. I'm not saying that Donald Trump is a traitor so that people give me follows and likes. I'm not like them. I don't give a shit about their goddamn money. I'm saying it because it's true. I'm saying it that the middle and the upper class raped the goddamn lower class to death in the last 20 years, condemned us to war, forced us to fight their wars for them, and killed us in 9/11. And caused a million of us to die in COVID and took our health care away and are threatening to take away our parents' safety and all this other shit. Nah. How long till we just have an unmitigated January 6th and we tear every last white politician in America from limb to limb? We get scared of your entire race even, kind of, because you guys have your hands in the till. If you're rich and white, you probably have committed some kind of goddamn white-collar crime, I think. It's kind of insane. You probably have.
Now, if these women who are both very
You guys keep talking about how the lower class is junkies and the lower class is evil and the lower class doesn't pay for their fucking child support or their goddamn fucking school tuition, and we're always in jail and we're always in wards and we're always drunk and sick and on the street and stuff. Why do you think that is? Do you think it's because we like those things, or that you fucked us to death financially and that's what we do to survive? Do you think we like those things?
Accomplished and work in this prestigious competitive industry, have such similar salaries, and are the same age, how do their lives look so different? Luck always plays a role in these stories, and we won't discount that. But for Mel and Sophia, and millions of Americans like
I know you don't like hearing this, but I'm gonna fucking repeat it so you don't get it fucking twisted. Fuck the worthless traitor-ass Republican Party. Fuck the worthless traitor-ass Democrat Party. With friends like them, I would rather have Nazis running my government. I think I do. They keep sig heiling. Don't get it twisted. I hate both of you. Really, really deeply. And sooner or later, we might come kill you like you constrained 3 of our generations to poverty, prison, death, sorrow, drug addiction, and sadness. We might do one thing to you in return. We've never done anything to you except work your jobs, pay your fucking expensive costs and your fucking price hikes and your fucking taxes and your fucking your inflation and all this shit. Yeah, we've never done anything to you. I think it's time to do something to you. I really do. I don't care if I do it to my parents, frankly. I think it's time that we do something to you privileged fucking effets. I'm dead serious. I don't care who it is, really. You guys have been treating us so goddamn badly for 50 fucking years or longer. Yeah, sooner or later we might maybe storm the Bastille and string you up. And I don't mean that like literally. I mean like, you know, that's where this is headed. We have been here before. Would you like to hear an oversimplified about when this happened before and what the public did? We stormed the Bastille and we chopped off the goddamn heads of every last one of these Elon Musks. Might I remind you? And yeah, France fixed. France got better. For hundreds of years, when they chopped off the heads of the fucking rich people, France got better for hundreds of years. Take the fucking hint, Donald Trump, you rich white effet. Take the fucking hint, Elon Musk, you rich white effet. I'm dead serious. Take the fucking hint. No, we're not going to do that. Take the fucking hint. Shall we do the oversimplified about what happens to people like Donald Trump when they try to fuck us to death and steal all our money? It's called the French Revolution. This is what I propose we do right the fuck now. If they don't abdicate willingly, we storm the Bastille and we chop off their fucking heads and we take the lower class back from these piece of shit, low fidelity, traitor, Republicrat effets. And that's a word that I'm reclaiming to use for rich, good old boy, white, oligarch cocksuckers. If my best friend is Ender, I will play Bean. I come from the fucking poor. I wasn't poor when I was raised, but I was poor by the age of 10, 11, something like that, 12. And I've been there for 30 years. And that's okay, 32 years, something like that. I'm gonna be there the rest of my goddamn life. I don't want their fucking money. I consider it to be tainted. They keep talking about, oh man, we gotta get this money. And I'm like, oh man, you really crave these pomegranate seeds? Don't you want to get out of hell? I don't want their dirty fucking effort money. I want them to stop fucking us to death. You want their pomegranate seeds? I don't want their pomegranate seeds. I want hell to end. I don't care about their money. I don't care if they offer to pay me money to shut the fuck up. I don't care about their goddamn money. Your pomegranate seeds, I don't care how you dress it up to look like goddamn pussy, money, sex, or a nice house, or save your mother, or any of this other shit. I'm not evil like you. I've never been evil like you. I'm not evil like you. We're not like that. I told that to my mother the other day. We're not like that. We're just not like that. We've never been like that. Fuck that. So shall I remind you what we do to people like fucking Donald Trump and Elon Musk throughout history is called the guillotine.
It's just like the real thing.
And I know that you guys have bad educations and tablet mind rot, and nobody's trying to save you except me, Daddy Skycatlive or whatever. But here's an oversimplified of the French Revolution and the very clear playbook that America needs to do to get rid of the piece of shit oligarchs who are fucking us to death. I speak very slowly and very hyperbolically so that it sinks deeply into your fucking brain that I'm not fucking kidding. We might need to get out the guillotine. Now, I don't like death or murder. I would prefer to watch the movie, Gandhi over and over again while I smoke my weed and talk about how I love all sides. But you guys keep fucking us to death. So if you need me to bring the guillotine to stop you, like Batman, I will string you up and I will leave you for who played Commissioner Gordon in The Dark Knight, right? Who played Commissioner Gordon? Who played Commissioner Gordon in The Dark Knight, right? If I have to, I have lived past this point where I can be corrupted by your piece of shit money. I don't care about your money. You want to know why? You fucking raped and killed everything I've ever loved or known. You burned every city I've ever been to. You've taken away every drug I've ever loved. You crippled my family, crippled me. I've got nothing left to live for except for hoping that the middle and the upper class die. Nothing left to live for. Nothing left. You raped and took everything from me. No, you didn't figuratively rape me, but you did physically beat me to death several times. Some of your pigs, they raped my friends and left them to die in dumpsters and shit like this, and left them with rape babies impregnated and stuff like this. Some of your pigs broke my bones and then tossed me in the back of the paddy wagon and tossed me around like a paint can. Like a paint can and a paint can shaker. That was fun. And I think about how I personally have complaints against you, like the time that you sound tortured me in the Denver City jail for 3.5 days, and not just me, but there was like 400 people there, and you sound tortured us. You let some high-pitched screech go off for 3.5 days while you busted me for drugs. Which is a thing that happened like 26 times or something like that. You just keep busting me for drugs for some reason. I don't really understand you. With pieces of shit like you, I don't know where, I think I need to kind of tie you up and leave you for Commissioner Gordon. I kind of do. I think you're criminals, you know. I think I need to tie you up and leave you strung up like the criminal Dogecoin cocksuckers that you are, so the Commissioner Gordon, Gary Oldman, can save the day. I don't want to be the guy who saves the day. I want Gavin Newsom to save the day. I want AOC to save the day. I want some good Republican. I don't believe that exists, but I want some good Republican, question mark. I don't believe that exists. If you sign up with the Devil, Satan, Nazi Party, I think you deserve what you get, which is hell. But anyways, we get off the whole biblical thing because I know that offends people. I just like using it for people who are lower IQ. It's a really good way to put it in terms that they understand.
Well, by NordVPN. Get protected.
If you're low IQ, it's not because you're dumb or you did drugs or you drank beer or anything like this. It's because the piece of shit rich white oligarchs, and I can show you the videos if you don't believe me, they literally planned on the public schools to make us dumb. Don't believe me? Go Google it. They absolutely did. There's a name for the program. I can't remember what it is. But yes, they absolutely did plan on making us dumb. They like built the plan. They had professors build us a plan to make sure that our kids were goddamn dumb and our schools were worthless. They copied it. The Germans did this too. Like they copied an old fascist thing.
it by clicking the link below and get
And that's not, it's you feel dumb all the time. All the time you feel that there's people wielding greater battles than you. This isn't your fault. This is because the rich white man took over the education system and stole all the money. So it isn't good. If you don't believe me, watch The Wire. The Wire is entirely about this, about how the rich white man stole all the goddamn money in the Baltimore public schools, so all those kids shoot each other because they're goddamn dumb. That's not their fault. That's the rich whitey's fault. And I don't care if it's racist. It's true. You don't ever catch other people of other races doing this. You kind of catch occasionally you catch your who was the terrible black general? I can't think of his name. Who was the terrible black general? The terrible right-wing black general that damn near ruined our country. Colin Powell, right? Occasionally you have a Colin Powell, you know? But no, it's usually whitey fucking over lower class like this. So not only is this a class war, it kind of is a race war. White people steal money through trickery from the poor. They've done this since before the French Revolution, and it takes the French Revolution to stop it. Whitey does this.
Using 75% off. That's only $2.99 per month with an additional month free for a limited time.
Advertisement inundates everything that we do because they are the people who sell the products. We are the people who buy the products. So I don't ever voluntarily do advertisement in my entire fucking life because that's the class war too. Poor people watch advertisements. Rich people make advertisements. How do they get around the fact that I use ad blockers and all this shit to stop their zeitgeist fucking war on the poor? I say, well, I use ad blockers and I turn off every commercial and I hit the mute button and I don't do their subliminal goddamn, shit and all their stuff that they do. So how did they get around this? They realized that they could pay streamers like me who were successful or even non-successful to cater to people like you and they have them embed these ads in the fucking thing and you can't skip them because it's part of you can skip them, but it means that you might go to some part of the video that you don't want to go. That's all on purpose. That's something that they've been doing for 100 years.
Solution merch available now.
It's just another form of their financial control as they rape and murder the lower class.
Store.
You can act like it's not the most terrible thing to happen since the Holocaust. You can act like it's not happening. You can act like all your sons aren't addicts and your daughters aren't hookers. You can act like that people don't sell sex or drugs. You can act like we're not addicts and we don't love drugs. You can act like the cartel doesn't exist or the trackers don't exist. It does exist, and it's because you, not the cartel. It is actually literally Donald Trump and Elon caused this poverty. It is not, the cartel helps us get out of the ravages of it, frankly. We buy crack and cocaine from them on a massive scale, and we love our Pablo Escobars. We write movies like Blow and American Gangster about them because they're the people who sell us the drugs so that we can stand living with the piece of shit rich idiots who ruin everything that we know. Rape all our wives with their prima noctis and stuff since the they've been doing prima noctis, which is the rich people get to rape your wife on your wedding night. They've been doing prima noctis since God got created. Just an example of how bad the rich people have been since Jesus was born. Thieves in the temple. Literally, they write about the thieves in the temple in the Bible. Elon thinks that he's godly and that his kids are godly, but no, he's literally the thief in the temple, the worst thief in the temple. I mean, who was the worst thief in the temple? Elon Musk. I mean, I don't say that from a Christian standpoint. I mean that for all religions. All religions have thieves in the temple. There's a psalm or a note, like a knowledge or like a race memory in every single religion and stuff about thieves in the temple. Elon Musk and Donald Trump are the thieves in the temple. I do this because I'm trying to appeal to every religion to try to kick these fucking French fucking aristocrat rich people the fuck out of our fucking leadership before they fucking get us wasted and we have to chop their heads off.
King Louis and Marie Antoinette character pins, complete with detachable heads, just like the real thing.
Yep. Yep, and look, at this point, the meme is so fucking real that we're literally selling Mego dolls of Marie Antoinette and Louis XIV with detachable heads, because what I'm talking about is real. It does happen every 200 to 500 years. And yes, it does take some kind of revolution to stop the rich people from fucking the lower class to death like some kind of weird Satan's army. And so it's that time again. It's that time to chop off Elon Musk's head. And no, I don't care if they cancel me. Hopefully they do. Please cancel me for something so beautiful as that statement. Please do. And I mean that tongue in cheek, and I'm doing it in context. No, I don't want to kill Elon Musk. I'm referring to the French Revolution and what we do to people like Elon Musk if they just keep stealing billions of dollars. He knows it's coming. He's terrified of it. It's why he's got to go work on his Tesla company instead of fucking the country in the ass again. You know, and all this other stuff. He's very aware of it. We might string him up in the goddamn fucking right on in Times Square and chop his head off for all the world to see. He's very scared of this. He should be.
So I said to the Marquis de la Fufayette, what do you think I am?
So I said to the Marquis de la Fufayette, this is the kind of life that Elon Musk lives. He thinks, I think in their weird deluded heads, that they think that it's our fault that we don't live that way. But no, they're just weird deluded shithead murderers. And they have these weird, they talk to these other weird deluded shithead money murderers and child rapists and stuff, and they think that we're the bad people because we're poor or we don't have like billions of dollars like them or something. No, you're the guy who do cocaine and rape children and end up in shaking Jeffrey's hand and all this stuff like Donald Trump. We're the ones who are in jail for drugs. You're in jail for child rape and stealing money and white-collar crime and Dogecoins and stuff like this, and 34 felonies for suborning perjury or trying to bribe elections or whatever it is. Criminal shithead aristocrats like shitheads like Elon Musk and Donald Trump do. They eat their fucking liver and their fucking cock meat and all they eat their cock all day, and they get their weird like gout in their feet and stuff like this like Donald Trump, and they get propped up by fucking methamphetamine so they can keep stealing from us when they're 96 years old like some kind of Warren Buffett or something. Fuck these worthless piece of shit traders. You can act like they're one thing, but they're not. They're exactly what I'm saying.
Some dirty peasant?
My parents, I think, still respect them for some fucking reason. And I'm just like, oh boy, it's going to take all of your lives, and or maybe you just go to the grave with it, but you still respect these people because they have money? They haven't been caught yet. I don't know. I don't think they respect them. They just, but they still think that they're valid people. I think they're like along the lines of maybe something worse than a rapist. That where these people are now at this point in their lives is to me morally somewhere below a rapist and should be treated by our judges as so. They should see some incarceration. If you have more than $1 billion, I believe you should face incarceration, or maybe 100 million. That money needs to go to the goddamn public to foster the human race. And if you need a reason, it's to get off this goddamn planet so we don't have planetary wars anymore. But we don't need a reason. We don't need a reason to cap a salary. Nobody in this world needs more than $1 billion. We really don't need that reason. We don't need a reason to explain it. We should not permit anybody on this planet to have more than $1 billion. That's evil. That is the purview of Satan. That kind of stockpiling is so evil. It should be considered worse than genocide.
A day in my life.
I never worked a day in my life. Donald Trump's never worked a day in his life. He has never wiped his own butt. He is not like us. He has not ever wiped his own butt. And I'm dead serious about this. He still does not wipe his own butt. You are not like him. You think Donald Trump's my Lord, Savior, and Master. He shakes Jeffrey's hand and kills our country and gets 1 billion people killed with COVID and kibitz with Russia and China all the time. He's my Lord and Master. I would suck his dick all the time. Jesus Christ, you faithless piece of shit anti-Christian fucking Satanist. What the fuck is wrong with you? Does the picture of him shaking Jeffrey's hand not leave an impression on you? What the fuck's wrong with you? You are Satan. You like rich people. You are Satan. Man, like you guys I think are scared of Darth Vader or some kind of imaginary evil like scorpions or rattlesnakes are biting you or something like that. But Elon Musk is gonna probably kill you in the next 40 years. It's the real fear. I have the real fear. Elon Musk will probably get us killed in the next 40 years. That has nothing to do with scorpions or snakes or Darth Vaders or Emperor Palpatines or prototypes of Uther Pendragons or anything like this, or whatever. Not Uther Pendragon, or was it Uther? Yeah. Who was the evil guy in Camelot? I can't remember. Was it Uther Pendragon? I can't remember. Anyways, you can imagine things that you might be scared of that might kill you, like rattlesnakes or cancer or I don't know, hip or knee replacement surgeries or whatever. You can imagine things that might kill you, but no, it's actually far more likely that Trump and Elon Musk will get you killed in the next 40 years than it is to die from cancer. It's actually fucking crazy. I believe it is statistically like that. There is likely to be some terrible upset here because they will not relinquish this money and this stealing willingly. It's not only the money that they won't relinquish, they will not relinquish the ability to steal the money, and they'll kill us for that. They'll kill every last one of us. They'll put poison in the water in the fucking aqueducts if they have to. They've done that before. They will kill us to maintain this right to steal this money. We must chop off their heads, probably. Now, I don't suggest we do that. I want something better than that. I want them to abdicate the throne willingly. That's what 14th would. That is what Louis would not do. He would not abdicate that right to steal money from us using the church and using the state. He just wouldn't do it. We had to chop off his goddamn head. So here it is. I want to give Elon Musk and Donald Trump an opportunity to. They're not going to do it. We're going to have to kill them, like full blown. I'm giving him a chance to abdicate this fucking throne before we storm the January. How long till we have another January 6th where we just storm up some place Donald Trump is at and tear him from limb to limb because he won't stop stealing. They won't stop stealing. Dogecoin is proof of it. They're honest about their stealing now. They used to lie about it and hide it. Now they're just like, we killed the education system, so now we've removed any ability for them to become aware of it. They're just dumb now. So yeah, we can just keep stealing from them. We set it up like that.
That Marie Antoinette sure is pretty. Sure is. Wouldn't want to be Prince Louis, though. That's going to be a lot of responsibility.
That Melania or whoever the fuck, who's his daughter that he constantly talked about having sex with or whatever? Was it Melania? I don't care. They're all fucking F-its. That's like weird. This is another weird thing about traitors. They all track the names of the fucking traitors and all their children and all their money and Mar-a-Lago and all this shit. Why the fuck do you pay attention to these piece of shit traitors so fucking much? It almost ensures their freedom. You're weird hero worship for people who have money. Why the fuck do you have that? It fucking ruins our chances of stopping them. The fact that you still like them and respect them makes it impossible for them to stop them from doing stuff like stockpiling $400 billion. If you still respect them and still like them, you won't stop them from when they steal that money. It's that then they know this. They kill the education system to ensure it. They literally just cut the fucking funding to Yale. They are literally killing the education system. I'm not kidding. You think I'm being hyperbolic? No. Nothing I've said here is hyperbolic. This is the goddamn playbook. This is the actual Project 2025. It's to kill the education system until the brain rot tablet morons, and that's what you guys are. You got to rise up better than this if you don't want to be that. I had to read, I had to learn. Every day I watched like 55 videos or something, all trying to educate me on how to stop these piece of shit efforts from destroying the lower class.
Becomes king.
And no, I don't like them. No, I don't track their names. No, I don't care how much money they make. No, I don't care what the fucking names of their kids are. I don't care where they vacation. I don't care what they own. They're all the devil. I don't care. It's still the goddamn devil. It's weird that you guys do that. You venerate these weird devils. Stop venerating these goddamn devils. They're piece of shit devils. Fucking stop venerating them. They wouldn't have any power.
Especially since
you guys put them in the fucking media all the goddamn time. You want to know what L. Ron Hubbard knew better than everybody else in the human race? Everybody always wonders, how did L. Ron Hubbard create the goddamn Scientology church? I know because I read everything he's ever done because I was scared of the man. I was literally scared of him. He's the only person in the world besides me that I thought, and my best friend, who I thought had a goddamn clue. I really was scared of him. I didn't like L. Ron Hubbard. I was fucking terrified of him because he was the only guy I've ever met besides my best best friend who actually has a fucking clue about what they are doing to us. He was the only guy, L. Ron Hubbard, the fucking L. Ron Hubbard, he was a pederast. Fucking terrible, man. He hated the government worse than me. He played a joke on them. He built a church and enslaved all of the celebrities and all of the politicians who fucked with him. He played a joke on them because he has always been faster and smarter than them, just like me. I'm faster and smarter than them too. I want to play a really cruel joke, something along the lines of making us all poor. I want to make us all poor. So these piece of shit Donald Trumps know what it's like to have to go to work without a Rolls Royce and some piece of shit servant who wipes your butt every time you take a shit. I think they need to be reminded. I don't want their jobs. I don't even really want, I want their money because we have trankers dying on the streets, but I don't even think it would take that much money to fix that. Probably $10 billion would fix that problem. The other $390 billion that the piece of shit Donald Trump, Elon Musk, fascist Nazi traitors stole from the lower fucking class with their fucking piece of shit stock exchange and their theft and all this bullshit, right? And their Doge coins, and they're taking donations from Bitcoin criminals and all this weird Satan shit, right? Like, I don't want to stop them, or I want to stop them, but I don't want to kill them. I don't want to, for a couple of the first 2 years of my stream, I used to profess on stream that we chop off their arms, chop off their legs, and chop off their tongue, but permit them to live. That's what I believe that Elon Musk and Donald Trump deserves. I really do. I don't want those things. I don't want violence. I don't want those things, but I do believe that is what they deserve. I don't want them talking to anybody, because that will poison the fucking community again. I like, they're literally like human poison. They are the poison that gets in the well of humanity. Their weird, rich, fucking bourgeoism. They're bourgeois. This French bourgeois shit that they do, respecting rich people more than poor people, and all that weird shit that they do. That's just misguided, dumb, and Satanist. It's basically Satanist. It's literally the Luciferian doctrine, the meritocracy. Believing that somebody is anointed by God to be the person to do the job or whatever. No, your meritocracy is fucking worthless. There is nobody appointed by God to do the job. Jimmy the fucking janitor can do your fucking job, Donald Trump, and probably a lot better too, frankly. It's fucking dumb, but it is actually true. All he's got to do is sign some signatures and listen to his mama. That's it. Like, Jimmy the janitor or whatever can absolutely run this country better than goddamn Donald Trump, because Jimmy the janitor has had to pay taxes recently. We pay Donald Trump $200 million in taxes every year. We pay fucking Amazon $270 million in back taxes every year. We, the American public. This is how much they have stolen from us. We are literally paying Amazon tax money. That is literally how corrupt it has gotten. You can act like it's not like this, or that it's not happening, or that the revolution doesn't need to happen. I know the revolution scares you, but no, it's actually a very normal, very usual thing. We kind of probably need to chop off the heads of these fucking rich people. I'll be the first one in this goddamn community to say it. I don't care if they shoot me with a high-power rifle from across the street. They rob me of the woman that I love. They rob me of all the drugs that I need to get by through the pain that they have caused me. They throw me in jail 28 times. They have scared my family. They have beaten me physically. Republicans have beaten me physically and shit like this. Broke my bones and tossed me in the back of goddamn fucking paddy wagons and shit like this. They kept me on the streets for 7 fucking years with nothing but food stamps and shit like this. Like, they're paying disability. It's only $7,000. I can't really imagine living that set. Okay, if you're charging $1,000 for rent and you need $12,000 in this fucking community to pay rent every year, but disability is $7,000, show me whoever decided that should be true, and I want their job. Like Doge talked about, but all Doge did was steal Bitcoin. Right? I want to actually do what Doge proposed to do, which is why are we only getting paid $7,000 when the rent is $12,000? The rent in any normal metropolitan city in America is $12,000. The highest that anybody gets paid in this country for disability is $7,000. That's the sort of thing I would do. I'm not here to try and kill Republicans or anything weird like that. I'm here to actually advocate for the fucking poor that you turned your goddamn back on and imprison for drugs. You weird, faithless, backstabbing traitor pieces of shit who turned on your own poor countrymen. Not only countrymen, but they're also the lesser fortunate. You turned on your poorest, weakest link and fucking pariahed us and backstabbed us and threw us in jail for fucking drugs so you can run some kind of 55,000 prison deep fucking war on the poor. And I really don't know why we shouldn't kill you. I would love to hear why we shouldn't kill you. Why shouldn't we kill you? I would love to hear. I'm an open-minded guy. I don't want your life. I don't want your job. Technically, I don't even really want your money. I just want you to stop stealing it, you fucking piece of shit. You're not allowed to stock exchange anymore. You're not allowed to Forex anymore. If you talk to a government politician, you deserve 20 years in jail. I don't want you talking to my politicians if you have money. I don't want you fucking up my country anymore. You piece of shit, backstabbing fucking Republican, Democrat fucking traitors. I don't want you in my country anymore. I'll allow you to stay here, but you've got to change, or it's the goddamn guillotine, understand? I'll be the first one to say it. I'm not afraid to do it. Let him fucking come with the goddamn handcuffs and the goddamn fucking high-power rifle. I don't care. Let him fucking come.
Is in financial ruin.
What I'm saying needs to be heard. Somebody needs to fucking say it. I don't want the guillotine. I'm the last one who wants it. I'm the one who's proposing it. I don't want it. I want you to abdicate this throne willingly. You keep talking about a third fucking term. I want you out today. And I want you to do that willingly.
Quite. Thank you one and all for attending.
You won't. The guillotine's coming.
Marriage of my grandson, the future king of France, to the
and it won't be me. It'll be the public. I'm not threatening you at all. It won't be me. Guillotine's coming, bitch. Consult history if you don't know. I know you're a piece of shit who's never read the Constitution or a fucking book. Either one of you. You sat in Congress or a fucking television show all of your goddamn life like you know how to run the country. You're a fucking congressman. You don't do anything. Joe Biden, you don't do anything. You're a fucking congressman. What did you guys do? Obamacare? One policy in 50 years or something. You're a congressman. You don't do anything. He was a television star. You guys don't do anything. You're not fucking leaders. You don't lead men into battle and win. You're not fucking leaders. You're demon bankers. You took over our politics. We don't know why. Fuck Joe Biden. Fuck Donald Trump. Fuck the Republican Party. Fuck the Democrat Party. Fuck the traitors. Fuck you pieces of shit.
Now for the very awkward yet historically accurate part of the ceremony.
No, I don't want to put you in the gas chambers like Hitler. I want to take your fucking jobs if you will not stop stealing with that stock exchange and these fucking tricks that you do and all the bad faith things that you treat the lower class with and all the price raising and the price fixing. And I want to make it illegal for you to charge more than $600 for a month of rent so we can actually foster the people and grow again and all the stupid shit that you do to fucking kill the growth of America. I want you out of America. You are not Americans. You are fucking traitors.
Ceremony where we all watch them get into bed together. All right, now that's out of the way. Let's leave the royal couple to it.
You better
give us an heir.
You better give us an heir, you fat oligarch piece of shit. You better have a son.
Fat, ill-bred boy. Nighty-night. That's gonna be a lot of responsibility. France is in financial ruin. You fat, ill-bred boy. Quite. That's gonna be a lot of responsibility. France is in financial ruin. You fat, ill-bred boy. That's gonna be a lot of responsibility. Oh, great. He's a freaking weirdo. Friend.
Donald Trump is Louis the 14th.
The most
There's no difference. Same personal life, same child rape, same weird shit, same predilections, same money, same problems, same craziness, same low IQ, same attitude, same everything. Louis the 14th is Donald Trump. There literally is no difference. I don't really think there is. Born with a silver spoon, aristocracy, all that shit. I don't really see a difference. I don't really see a difference between what should happen to them.
Cultured and beautiful nation in the world.
I don't want it through some kind of sniper rifle. I want to legally do it in Times Square like they did with the Bastille. You know? I'm giving them the fucking, I'm giving them the warning. It's only fair. I know what I'm going to ask for when I ask for what I ask for, which is I want these people who have been fucking the lower class to death to either abdicate that fucking throne or we Bastille them in Times Square. I'm not going to shoot them with a fucking sniper rifle like that effort last year who tried to kill Donald Trump. I want my getting rid of Trump the legitimate way, which is goddamn abdication or impeachment, one or the other.
it had been for centuries.
And not just Trump either. I mean both parties. I don't want both parties to ever have power in this country ever again. You guys do not have the public's interest at heart in any way or form. Besides Obamacare, you have not helped us in 100 years. You have only taken our money, and you've only sent us to war. You've only let us die. You've not helped us. You built the roads and stuff. You did hold your side of the bargain when we paid you taxes for roads and schools. You did do those things, but you did not foster the people in any way or fucking form. Our kids are dumb. They're all chicken jockey instead of E = MC square. It's really, really bad. This is because you have a low faith, low impression stature in my community. You guys did not worry about the public whatsoever. You don't care that we're dumb. You don't care that we're poor. You don't care that we hate you. You don't care that the inner cities are basically like living in Fallujah. You don't care that we have drug issues. You throw us in jail for drugs. You have terrible, terrible, terrible problems. And it will be very, very, very likely that we chop off your goddamn head if you do not abdicate. I'm warning you right now. It's happened before. It'll happen again.
An exquisite social culture with the king and the upper class.
If you try to push a third term, we will chop off your goddamn head. And it won't be me either. I'm not making some threat. I'm talking about like the public. The public will chop off your goddamn head. You'd have to be stupid to want it. On top of it, you'll be so goddamn old and senile, you won't even know what the word president means. Why would you want to do that to the thing that you love the most, Trump? That's how you are right now. How you ran again is beyond me. You could have ran fucking JD fucking cocksucker. But instead, you ran Trump, which is so stupid. The man can't form a goddamn cognizant sentence without sounding like some arrogant piece of shit AI that's just repeating some script because he doesn't have any thoughts left. He's goddamn completely senile. It's like you have Grima Wormtongue and Peter Thiel, and you've got goddamn Saruman fucking with a scrambled brain. No, it's not Saruman. Who was it? It was the other guy. It was the Human King. It was the Human King who let his brain grow to rot as Grima Wormtongue whispered in his ear like some kind of Elon Musk Peter Thiel about Project 2025. How many warnings from fucking history from hundreds of years ago do you need before you like do something about this and or abdicate? Not only should we be warned about what's going to happen, the fucking pig tyrant needs to be warned about what's going to happen and act accordingly. We will string you up and Bastille you.
Throwing crazy parties.
You can't treat the public like this.
Enjoying
You can't act like P. Diddy. We just crucified P. Diddy, didn't we? The public will crucify you, Trump. You can't act like P. Diddy and shake Jeffrey's hand. You can't act like that. You can't go up for 25 rape charges or 34 felonies. You can't do that. We will do something.
high living and fine dining. Who cares that they were only able to do so off the backs of the hardworking, starving poor? What are they going to do? Revolt? They're only 80% of the population. No.
Yeah, that couldn't happen or anything. Oh, man.
Life in France is great. What's that, France? You want to go to war with Britain and increase your power? Go for it, little buddy. You do you. And you lost. Now you're in severe financial debt. We have no money. What do? Should we stop partying? Heck no. Party harder. That's okay.
Buy
The
children
people
from
will pick up the
Jeffrey.
slack.
Like P. Diddy and Donald Trump. And Bill Gates.
They were created by God to do all the work, and you were created to reap all the benefits and party hard.
Sorry, court's evidence said so. Sorry, guys. I know you think I'm repeating some QAnon thing, but I'm repeating to you what the court evidence indicates. Sorry.
That's just how society works, and we've all just accepted it for centuries.
You know, what they used to convict Jeffrey kind of indicates that Donald Trump, Bill Gates, I mean, all these fucking crazy fucking people were definitely using Jeffrey Epstein to purchase children on the Lolita Express. The court evidence indicates it. It's not that I'm saying this is true. I'm telling you what we convicted him for and who was involved. Donald Trump is one of them. So was a bunch of the monarchy. I don't know why these rich people are like Louis XIV and they need to rape children and do cocaine and like watch little girls at the Miss Universe pageant, but they do, and we must stop them.
Why?
Consult P. Diddy.
Why do the
Consult P. Diddy. What happened to P. Diddy? You know?
nobility get to be all rich and stuff?
Yeah.
Just
Why?
Because they were born into it?
Why? Yeah.
And the rest of us schmucks just have to accept that? Hell, why do we even need a king? Who decided that? It all just seems very unfair and unequal, and I, for one, am starting to question it.
Yep.
Wow, that's very enlightening.
Yeah, who decided that one man gets to have executive power? Excuse me. Executive power. I'm sorry, I keep thinking about executive powder. And then I had a Freudian slip because I said executive power, but then I was thinking about Torgo's executive powder, which was Fox Television's Simpsons taking a full-blown shot at Fox Television executives for canceling shows. And they were like, Torgo's executive powder, when we grind the bones of Donald Trump into bone powder and sell it to the public at a premium price. And you know it would sell too. Torgo's executive powder, only $4,000, right? For an ounce. We need some Donald Trump executive powder.
Enlightened of you.
Who decided we had a king? I decide that we don't have a king anymore. I believe that we don't need a king president anymore. I think we came over here Plymouth Rock fell on us, and it's a fairly hard burden, like Sisyphean burden, right? And one of these burdens is that we came over here to get away from people like Donald Trump and Elon Musk. That's a burden that we bear. We remember this from time to time, that we kind of threw the tea in the harbor and said, fuck you, Donald Trump, we're not doing what you say anymore, or whatever. But I mean, we kind of came over here to get away from people like Donald Trump and Elon Musk. Now, we become so stupid because of the meddling that they did with the finances and the education that we think it's good that they have all the money and we don't, and they have all the power and we don't. And we respect them for some reason because they have the same color of skin or they have some interesting story or something. No! Who decided that we have an executive telling us what to do? I don't like that. Didn't we come over here to get away from a king? Can't we have a democracy of 60 do-nothing congressmen who equal 50 do-nothing congressmen? Can't we have 50 do-nothing congressmen who have to get a 25 vote to get anything done? Like, do we really need an executive? I think we need the judicial branch, but I'm gonna do as the French did in the French Revolution. I'll be the first guy to fucking say it on American television or whatever. But do we really need an American fucking president? No, we don't. Because when we do, we get Nixon, Baby Bush, and Donald Trump causing Vietnam, causing World War II and atom bombs, causing 9/11s, causing COVIDs. I would love to list some Democrats here. I really would. But really, there's only two things that the Democrats are super guilty of, which is always losing somehow against the devil. It's weird. You would think that God would win all the battles when God doesn't do stuff like hate black people or try to take the Social Security away from old people, right? So, if you're a Republican, you're Satan. Then, so you would think that God would win all the time. But no, the real sin the Democrats have that really does suck is they lose all the time to these terrible rapists, which we can't understand. We understand why. It's because they're incompetent, slow, and corrupt. They really, really, really venerate and do business with businessmen who don't venerate and respect them. And they get walked all over by the lobby. Happened to Joe Biden, Sleepy Joe, all of his life. And I didn't like calling him Sleepy Joe until he lied to the public about his mental capacity. And I don't care if you think that's his Peter Thiel handler or his CIA front or his deep state handler or any of this or the war room or the DNC or anything like that. No, he played a role in it too. He decided to lie to the goddamn public about how competent he was. And the problem is we're scared of the Republicans. We know that they are Satan. We know that Peter Thiel is literally the manifestation of Satan on planet Earth. We know that the Republicans are Satan. We know they are. We know they are. They back every single single Satan thing on the planet. They are running the child sex circles. They are running the Bitcoin circles. They are running the blood diamond circles. They are running the defense budget circles. They are running the paramilitary corporations. They are running the Palantir, using the Palantir to spy on our fucking enemies and use it as some kind of non-disclosure blackmail to engage in all the world politics to get elections swayed and January 6th is caused and all this other stuff. And those are things that godly good people don't do. We can see that the Republican Party and Peter Thiel actually are the Satan in this weird analogy. We can, and they don't like it when you shine the light on them. Satan, you know, but you must shout at the devil or whatever you think. So to me, it's Sauron. Like, you know, like God and the devil seem like a really fucking simple oversimplification to it to me. I think Sauron's actually kind of closer. It's like it's a bunch of enemy angels and and friendly angels or whatever. I don't know. That's kind of what Tolkien like said. It was like kind of like a bunch of crazy multi deities that sort of sway what happens on planet Earth or Middle Earth or whatever. And occasionally they can come down to the earth in the form of the Astari, which is what Gandalf and Saruman and all those lesser lieutenant guys that are trying to move the magic to keep everything safe, like my stepfather. Like the reality is like I'm one of the last Astari. I'm not corrupt like them. I don't care about their money, and I've had to live like Jesus everywhere that they've shat up with their corruption and everything. I've watched the cities burn like Lahaina through their negligence and towns in Colorado and towns in California like Paradise and all this. I've watched their gross negligence and their devil may care 50% do the job half-ass bullshit that they get up to, and both parties are guilty of this. But I mean, like, really, most of the people causing all of the problems in mankind's reality are these like enemy Astari angel people that are just out to fuck us over. I've had confirmation of this from so many different spiritual gurus that it's just become my rote belief of it. You could call it Lakshmi. You could call it Ganesh. You could call it Hades. You could call it Elon Musk. You could call it Trump. You could call it there's a lot of different names for it, but it is the devil or whatever. And they come with their child sex rings and their Bitcoin thievery in the temple shit, and their tithing, and their cults, and their right-wing murder, and their armies, and their death, and they bring the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse, and they drop their nuclear bombs, and they kill people wholesale, and they commit dishonorable things like killing 1 million people at once with COVID, or killing 1 million people at once with nuclear bombs, and all the things that Satan does. How you back these people it's beyond me, and I've yelled about this all my life. Now, am I saying that there's someone good here? No. Both the Republicans and the Democrats have become completely corrupt. We need a reformation of sussing it out. And often that means war. But one of the beautiful things about revolutions is everybody's terrified about war, going all the way up to it before the Civil War or whatever. And sometimes it's a civil war when it's about something like slavery. But one of the beautiful things about when you have to do a civil war to topple a terrible despot, meritocracy, oligarch, tyrant, right, is often the only power that tyrant has is the Secret Service, essentially. That's it. And all they really have is the power of about 200 people or something like that. We're the rest of America. This is what we promised with January 6th. I'm sure they saw it coming, but I don't think they knew how it was going to manifest. And so it manifested, and it's our anger. And I encourage us to do January 6th again. I'm going to tell you the most terrible thing that any American could ever say. There are many right-wing Americans who probably will send me death threats and shit like this for saying stuff like this. But or even left-wing probably really. Like they don't want another January 6th, but I do. I'm sad I wasn't there, and I want another January 6th. But see, the problem was you guys committed January 6th to try and see what the Pelosi's of the world were doing and to ensure that Donald Trump got his fair shot. And there was some lawfare and some cheating and stuff on both sides, so I'm sympathetic, but you shouldn't have tried to do it that way. It got Ashley Babbitt murdered. But what you should have just done is fire all of those leaders. Instead, you went up in Pelosi's office looking for the proof of the steal or whatever, and trying to ensure that hang Mike Pence or something weird. But all you needed to do, and I propose that you do this in January, it's insane. I'll try and sow a revolution from my bed like Oasis, right? I'll try and sow a revolution from my bed. When I was singing off key because I don't have something to sing to, I'm terribly sorry. Because the lies you told went straight to our head, right? And I'm going to try and spark a revolution from my bed. I really am. I'm going to try and do it from my bed, and I'm going to tell you what I want. And I hope that you guys tell somebody. Run and tell that, because they're not like us, right? They're not like us is really, really part of this. These people are not like us, right? I love they're not like us, because these weird Drake assholes that sit there and spend all their money on child rape and weird shit and alcohol and cocaine and Bitcoin money and Bitcoin conjecture and try to take over transatlantic fucking like media companies so they can have like billionaire dollar conglomerate fucking weird shit and all the Illuminatis of the fucking deep state world or whatever. Like, you know, call me QAnon, call me whatever you want. I don't care. I really believe that both sides have become completely corrupted by these terrible criminal shitheads. And the worst part about this is I don't think you can say it's the deep state. I don't think you can say it's Peter Thiel. I don't think you can say it's Donald Trump. I don't think you can say it's Joe Biden or Hunter Biden or some laptop or anything like this. I just think they're all bad and don't deserve their jobs and should be fired. I don't want to take their money. They stole that fair and square. What we can do is ensure that they don't steal any more. They can leave with their money, and we can say, like a bartender, we can be like, yeah, you don't have to go home, and we're not going to steal your money, but you can't stay here and keep stealing from our children. You can't do that anymore. And I'm trying to drum up in the Karens of the world, even the Nazi Karens, like that B word yesterday, who called the poor person in the ghetto the N-word. That B word, M-word Karen, the B word, M word Karen, I'm speaking to her too. It's not just that Donald Trump is good and Joe Biden is bad. It's that they're all bad B word, Nazi word Karen, and I'm speaking to her too. We need to be somebody better. We need to be not using the word N word on the goddamn playground anymore. We need some civility like my mother taught me when I was a kid, right? Do something, don't do something. If you do something, do it with dignity. Right? This is not dignity. So I don't propose that we kill them. I propose that we do this with dignity. I propose that we don't kill them. I propose that we don't take their money. They stole that right fair and square. We were stupid. They were scam artists. They stole our money with Bitcoin and stock exchange stuff. We take the warning. We raise our kids better. We make college free. Yes, even to Yale. I don't want to shut down the funding to Yale. I want to fund Yale. I don't want Yale charging money. Anybody who charges $100,000 or more for a bachelor's degree should be hung in Times Square. That's not American. Maybe not hung in Times Square, but that's how much I hate you for charging $100,000 for a Yale degree. That's how much I hate you. That education should be based on merit, and it should be free. And it should be America's goddamn best. I'm talking like my friend Josh. It should be like my friend Josh, who's got a goddamn PhD master's in particle physicists. So he's a particle physicist. He should have tenure at goddamn Yale for free. You know, like whatever, you know. He should not have had to pay for his own goddamn education. What the fuck is wrong with you? Are you wicked? kid. And yeah, you want to charge more than $100,000 for an Ivy League piece of shit degree. I'm aware that it costs teachers and money and time and training and all the training of Oxfordiana. You know, I heard something funny the other day. I heard that Oxford is older than the Mayan. I heard that Oxford is older than the Aztec race. And this is literally true. That's how long piece of shit, stuffy cocksucker, right-wing, fucking uptight piece of shit, anal demon banker nerds have been charging too much money for a fucking good education since before the goddamn Aztec fucking race. That's how long they've been fucking us. That shit's gotta stop. That is fucking children. Maybe it's not doing it sexually, but it is fucking children. It's gotta stop. You pieces of shit. And the way that you run your fucking world is every bit a fucking traitor as I could ever imagine. You can't run schools. You can't run guns. You can't run healthcare. You can't run food. You can't pay the farmers. You can't do the airlines. You can't do taxes. You can't do goddamn stock exchange. You can't do goddamn investment. You can't do education. You are the most worthless pieces of shit that have ever roamed this goddamn earth. People from the Aztec and Mayan communities from thousands of years ago who didn't have electricity or airplanes or anything like that were far, 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 far superior to you mentally, physically, spiritually, emotionally, and societally. That's gotta stop. You can no longer run the goddamn airlines like a goddamn piece of shit moron. You cannot run America like a piece of shit racist cocksucker moron. You can't fucking run you can't run us into forever wars anymore. You can't have any more planetary wars anymore. I'll wipe out your fucking parties if I fucking have to, like Ender fucking Wiggin, and install some kind of goddamn hegemony if I fucking have to. You don't get to do this badly anymore, you fucking scrubs. I can run Bethesda better than Bethesda. I can run America better than fucking the American government. I can run Microsoft better than Bill Gates. I can run like all of these things fucking better than these pieces of shit run them as they run them into the ground so they can steal money from the lower class, so they can charge us too much money for cars, so they can charge us too much money for rent, so they can charge us too much money for cell phones, so they can charge us too much money for condoms, so they can charge us too much money for birth control, so they can charge us too much money for diapers, so they can charge us too much money for rent. The rent's too damn high. You think it's a joke that you think Jimmy McMillan was a joke? I don't think he's a goddamn joke. If Trump were to ever die, I would hand the goddamn noose to Jimmy fucking McMillan in Times fucking Square, and I'll make that promise like the Mexican Wall, and I'll fucking keep it. You understand? Jimmy McMillan was not a goddamn joke, and the piece of shit fucking Democrats who took him as a goddamn joke don't deserve their goddamn jobs anymore!
And so began the Age of Enlightenment.
So yeah, we kill both parties. We don't let you overcharge for education or transportation or cars anymore, or gasoline or food or rent or all the oligarch fucking stopgap fucking robbery that you're doing to everything that we need to do to survive. Like education, internet, water, food, gasoline, power, all of the things that America needs to live have become a fucking killing joke. Killing fucking jokes. I call this the 20 killing jokes of America. It's the killing joke that the fucking oligarchs are playing on the lower class as 80% of us die to lack of education, lack of rent, lack of fucking education, lack of fucking transportation, lack of help, lack of mental health, lack of addiction therapy, lack of love, lack of sociality, lack of faith, lack of a connecting factor, lack of trust, we don't trust you guys. You keep sending us to goddamn Germany fucking Vietnam, fucking Afghanistan. Where are you going to send us next, you worthless piece of shit rulers? With friends like you, I'd rather just kill Hitler myself. I don't need leadership. We don't need a president anymore. We got a do-nothing Congress that, honestly, like, I really don't understand the system that our founding fathers built anymore. I would like to reform it, and I'm sorry. I know that sounds like rebuilding America. I know you don't want to hear it, but these pieces of shit, they only want to steal money. They talk about how they need reform all the time, but they never, ever talk about goddamn solutions, right? So I don't know. It's got to be something with computers, I think. I think we have the computer wire some kind of statistical graph where if you need a car, you bid 1/8 of the value of a car, and the Commonwealth pays the other 7/8 of the value of the car, so that no matter what, you have a car and you can get to goddamn work. And the same needs to be true of education, transportation, healthcare, defense. I mean, you guys, I'm not talking about socialism. I am talking about you stole all the money. We can't pay for these things that we need to live. We can't pay for them. So you either need to give us that goddamn money back and abdicate so we can survive, or we just string you up in the goddamn streets and guillotine your fucking ass and take it anyways. You've heard it before, all throughout goddamn history. And no, I don't love Joe Biden. No, I don't love Donald Trump. No, I don't love Elon Musk. I don't respect any of these pieces of shit. They're the four horsemen of the goddamn apocalypse. Between Bill Gates, Donald Trump, Elon Musk, and Peter fucking Thiel, we have the four goddamn horsemen of the apocalypse. The fact that they're all Republicans should not be a fact that is lost on you. You keep thinking the Republicans are the side of God and the good party and all this shit. No. Palpatine, Vader, who's the guy from Phantom Menace? Darth Maul and Count Dooku are running our goddamn country.
Great philosophical thinkers across France and beyond began to question whether this beautiful nation was really all that beautiful after all. Hey, Prince Louis, bad news. Your grandpup died of smallpox this morning, which means good news, you're now the king. So just to sum up.
So the good news, you're now the king. So France is now a joke. We've let one person be more powerful than the 300 million people. We now do what that one person says instead of the common sense and logic of all of France's goddamn academics for the last thousands of years. We would rather listen to this piece of shit rich person who's never read a book before how to run this country. I'm done with being goddamn stupid. I believe that presidency is just kingdom. I really do. I believe presidency is just monarchy. I don't want a presidency anymore. I don't want one man having enough power to sway it to the point where we have Bitcoin thieves stealing our goddamn election.
In severe financial debt.
Fuck both these parties and string them up for the fucking goddamn betrayals they've committed. Like, just now we had stupid ass bragging about how he's gonna bomb Yemen to our fucking entire goddamn TikTok Washington Post or whatever. That man should have been strung up. And by strung up, I don't mean like hurt him. I don't want to hurt these people. I'm going to be very clear about this. Violence does not work with these people. If we try to hurt these people, they will kill us. They will drop the nuclear bombs on every city. Trust me, that's how shitty and crazy and fucked up and shitty and psychotic these fucking rich people actually are. They will drop nuclear bombs on every metro city. We cannot take a single life. Gandhi knew it. Gandhi took back India from the piece of shit monarchy. Like, I want to take America back from the piece of shit American monarchy. And trust me. And he knew, like I do, that you can't ever fire a goddamn shot. Not a single one. You know what he would do? Now, he wouldn't shoot Englishmen who raped the wives of the men who stood with him. But he would shoot any of the people who stood with him who harmed a single Englishman. You understand? And this is because you can't get this from goddamn violence. Now, he didn't shoot any fellow Hindis, or whatever you want to call it. He didn't shoot any fellow Indian people. But he was far more likely to shoot somebody on his own side who was fucking kibitzing with the fucking enemy, or dissing the enemy, or harming the enemy before we've had our chance to let civil disobedience work, right? He was far more likely to fucking sock somebody in the face on his own side than he was to sock a British person in the fucking face for raping the wife of raping a woman that he knew. Right, Gandhi had this issue. He knew women that had been raped by British imperial officers and stuff like this. Women in his circles, women that he wanted to fucking kill. These shitty white rapists, essentially white rapists who come to India to rape Indian women and stuff while they take over in some kind of police state. It's like what America did to Afghanistan. It's shitty. That's what these piece of shit, angry fucking piece of shit fascists always do. They're always trying to push fucking fascism and some kind of genocide. It's fucking stupid. That's their goddamn playbook. That's what all this shit is too. It's some kind of genocide thing. They want us to either kill them or they want to kill us. It's one or the other. So it's like sort of weird. They can't stand the fact that we won't kowtow to them. I will not kowtow to them. I'll fight them like goddamn Han Solo or something like that. I heard the Republicans yesterday thought that they're the goddamn fucking like the rebellion. What are you talking about? I just told you, Peter Thiel, a Republican, is Palpatine. I don't even know the fuck what you're talking about. Darth Vader is Donald Trump. Goddamn, Bill Gates is Darth Maul, and Count Dooku is Elon Musk. You know, it's like a fucking like a low rank Kirkland brand. Darth Vader is Count Dooku. That's Elon Musk. You know. And it's like, you know, I'm sorry, but like you guys seem to think that you're the fucking rebellion. No, you can take a lot of things from us, like our dignity and our rent and all that, but you're never ever gonna be able to lie and say that you're the fucking rebellion. You're not the fucking rebellion, you piece of shit. You wear the red Sith armband, the red Sith lightsaber, the red Sith hat, and the red Sith logo, and you roll Horde, and you roll fucking Sith. You are fucking Sith. You are the fucking Empire. You believe in law and order, and you're going to squash out every last goddamn Jedi. It's not a fucking joke. That's, you know, you've been taught. You want to know what shutting down the funding to Yale is? It's trying to kill Jedis. You are the fucking Empire. Your delusion about this. I've never understood this about piece of shit little Eichmann fucking right-wing tools. Little piggies is what we call them in the fucking scene. Little piggies, little Eichmanns. I've never understood them. They march along in that goose step and then blame liberals for a goose step. We're not goose stepping. We're John Lennon. We're Martin Luther King. We'll never harm you. We'll never take a life or anything like that. And that's another reason why I will never harm one of these Republicans. I will never take a cent from them without them agreeing to do it first. I will never steal from them. I will never harm them. They are fellow Americans. What I will do is get them to either abdicate that piece of shit throne that they built or take their jobs from them. I want to take their jobs from them. I want to ban them from working in politics. It's a simple enough thing. In the olden days, I would have chopped off their goddamn legs and their goddamn. I'm not kidding. It's psychotic, but I mean it's true. And it's not my psychotism. It's previous world leaders who do stuff like this. In previous wars and stuff like this, when you have an enemy who doesn't respect you, but you don't want to kill them, you chop off their fucking arms and their legs and their tongue, and you don't let them poison your or their community with their weird shitty fascism anymore. And you don't let them work with their arms to toil to build their shitty fucking right-wing Donald Trump fucking Trumper fucking lie coalition again anymore. Empire, essentially. Like empire of dirt and lies, right? And you don't let them work with their arms to, like, in the fields as a poor person to make enough money to spark another fucking fascist goddamn totalitarian police state or whatever, right? So you chop off their arms so they can't work to make money. Somebody else has to support them, right? And then that's part of their penance, is somebody else has to support them because they've had their arms and their legs chopped off. This is what I want to do to them, but I can't do that. I can't chop off Republicans' arms and legs and tongue because, you know, or not just Republicans, but Democrats too. I can't chop off the Congress's arms and legs and tongue. They're fellow Americans. That would be treason, right? So I can't shoot them. I can't go into January 6th and shoot Ashley Babbitt. I would convict that police officer of treason. He shot a fellow American. That is treason. Every time that we are imprisoned by our own government for drugs is treason. It is literally the governmental entity acting as a traitor. That is you actively working against your community to ensure that they go to some terrible place like a prison, rather than getting the reform that their taxes pay for, and all of the you know, like maybe we conscript them in the army, something. I don't know what it is, but we do something better than what we've done. We don't build 55,000 prisons. We fix the problem of the poverty in their lives. The only reason that they go out there and deal drugs and steal like that is because they're fucking poor, and they're like experiencing deprivation and not enough care from their community. If the overall causes of it, which is poverty, were missing because you don't steal their money anymore, they wouldn't deign to go sell crack to kids in their goddamn fucking communities. They would never do that. They don't need to. They've got 3 square meals a day, a good education, they got love and support and therapy, and if they've got PTSD, they've got 40 years of therapy and all that. And I know it sounds like some kind of welfare state that I'm promising here, but no, I'm talking about they have to pay if they want that. If not, they can go die of trank on the streets. That's their freedom to do so. You know? But we definitely don't foster the goddamn people. It's a serious fucking problem. I don't know what to do about it. Like, I would oust both parties. I don't think they actively care if we live or die. I believe all of their policies would indicate that they don't. They constantly send us to war when we're poor. They constantly get us in arguments with people who are terrifying. They constantly fucking, like, you know, they constantly get us mired up in wars that won't ever end, like Israel versus Palestine and all this problem. They slap the price of $500 on a barrel of oil so we can't get cheap gas. They slap the price on fucking whatever, on rent or food and all this other stuff. And I'm just spinning in circles now. I think I've made my point. So what do we do when it gets this bad? We don't tear each other apart in some kind of civil war trying to tear up slavery or stop slavery and get abolition going, right? We don't do that because slavery is not as bad of, slavery is a worse problem, Slavery is a worse problem than oligarchy, because slavery affects many hundreds of thousands of people. So does oligarchy, which is one of the reasons why it's like basically as equally as bad as something like slavery or genocide, right? But I mean, yes, I would say oligarchy is up there with like slavery and genocide, and we must now conduct a civil war again if we have to. And I don't want a civil war. I want them to come to this willingly. I want them to listen to my fucking logic, and I will speak to you as the Congress has not spoken to the people in 75 fucking years. They can't. They're mired up in lies. They got interests and lobbies that swear them to say certain things at certain times, and they cannot actually represent the people, so I will do it for them. We don't have to kill each other. We can do this without violence. I don't hate the Republicans. I do when I think of what they've done, just like I hate the Democrats. But I don't want them to die. I don't want them to get hurt. I think of them as fellow Americans. If we were to hurt them, we would be committing the same treason that they did to us when they threw us in jail for drugs, or sent us to wars that we didn't care about or understand, or stole from us, or made the rent $2,000 or anything like that. Everyone's got transgressions on all sides. Sometimes we don't have faith in them and we don't vote for them and it hurts them. Sometimes like we string them up like January 6th and we try to hang Mike Pence or whatever. Like, you know, sometimes we're stupid because they fucked over the education system. Sometimes we're fascists because they taught us to be so. They moved Hans Scharf and all of the Nazis that we were prosecuting in the Nuremberg trials to our governmental offices like CIA, DEA, FBI, like all of our triple alphabet soups, right? They were all headed up by Nazis that we prosecuted in the Nuremberg trials for fucking race crimes. This is true. If you don't believe me, look at Hans Scharf. That's got to stop. We've had a government trained who believes that the boot and the truncheon is the way to gain things. You can't get anybody to do anything. You can bring a horse to water and get him to drink, but you can't make them. You got to get them to want to. You can't. I mean, it's an old shitty cliche that these rich white morons who couldn't rub 2 IQs together can't remember that they learned when they were 5. But I mean, you can bring a horse to drink, but you bring the horse to water, but you can't make them drink. They've got to actually do that. You got to tell them to do that. You think you can make us stop doing drugs? You're fucking stupid. You're not even following an old basic fucking idiom that is like, you know, you can bring a horse to water, but you can't make them drink. You got to actually make them want to do that. Like, you guys are so goddamn stupid. You think you can make us stop doing drugs with your prisons? No, I'll tear down your prisons and fix my homelessness problem with that. and I'll prosecute you for prosecuting us. But no, your lack of faith and the hatred and the abuse and the disrespect that you have treated your fellow Americans with over the last 100 years should constitute your death. I don't want that. I want you to come to that table willingly. Nobody has told you. No one's ever mentioned it because we love you. We love you. We don't want you believing of yourself that you're worse than Hitler. We don't want you believing that because you'll become worse than Hitler. We don't want to scare you. We don't want to kill you. We don't want to steal your money. We don't want to throw you in jail like you did to us or anything like that. I need to promise this to Trump to his fucking face. I don't care if anybody listens to it or not. We don't want to steal or hurt you or kill you or anything like that. We need you to get your boot off of our goddamn neck. Freedom in the pursuit of happiness is the freedom is the pursuit of happiness. If the pursuit of happiness is, honestly, I don't know, even bad things like smoking cigarettes and stuff, it should be legal. Smoking marijuana, smoking heroin, it should be legal. It doesn't matter what the fuck it is, really. Like, you can't tell us to do anything. You can't. This is what I mean, that old what's the word, that old what's the word, I hate these things, they're cliches. It's an old cliche. Let's look at this, right? It's an old cliche. It's you can bring a horse to water but you can't make them drink, right? You can lead a horse to water, but you can't make it drink is one of the oldest proverbs in the English language. You guys have forgotten it. These people will not stop doing drugs unless you make their lives worth living. These people, you threw them in jail. That is not the right solution. And now I want to throw you in jail for throwing us in jail. You are faithless and you turned on your own people and you thought you were doing it to help us. Hell is paved with all these old fucking shitty proverbs and stuff. Well, how do politicians win elections, right? It's usually proverbs, right? You can lead a horse to water, but you can't make it drink. That's the problem. You thought you were going to stop the drug problem by throwing us in jail? No, you got to get us to want to do that. We don't want to do that, so sell us the drugs till we don't want to do it anymore. You had us go patronize our neighbor and make our neighbor rich as opposed to you, because you wouldn't let us buy drugs from you. You're that bad at leadership. You suck dick at it. Both the Democrats and the Republicans are worthless. They've done two things in 100 years. And to me, that's like having two IQs to rub together. They do not know how to lead. They don't care about the public. They don't care that the public died and the lower class is dead and the middle class is dying. They don't care. They don't giving two shits about this. I propose one of two things, and I know that nobody else is talking about solutions, so I'm just going to do it till I'm either famous or dead, one or the other. I don't care, and I don't expect anybody ever to listen to me ever again. I really don't. I don't think humanity has any value since these people took over. I don't expect anybody to listen to me. I don't expect any change. I don't expect anybody to ever hear me ever say these words, which is why I say them so freely. I really do. I don't ever expect to be paid attention to or anything like that. I really don't. Because all of mankind is worthless since these people took over. All of mankind, even the women, even the men, even our kids, even our sons, and I mean the Kikimora, all this stuff, right? The men, I know it sounds sexist when I say the women, but I mean even our women. And I say that because the women usually aren't the ones who are ruined. It's usually the men who fall to alcohol and drug addiction and poverty and falling to the streets and leaving their families, becoming pariahs, becoming Skid Row or something like that. That's usually something men do, right? But even the women are now doing this because their lives are just not worth living. Living in this country is just not worth living. You needed the quality of life needed to be much better than this. And I'm not saying that we need to pay for them so they can sit and do drugs in this house that we pay for or anything like that. I'm saying we meet them something like 1/8, 2/8, 3/8, 4/8 of the way, something like that. We meet them halfway, maybe it has to be halfway to get it through Senate. I think probably right. We abolish the executive. Excuse me for just a second. Hello? Hello? Okay, I'm sorry. I am informed that I've got to go move more bags of soil, but that will only take 5 or 10 minutes because I've only got to dump 2 of them. And so I have to take a 10-minute break here. I'm going to pause this video and I'm going to leave a paint thing saying BRB in just a second here. And I'm sorry, I must go dump some 100-pound bags of soil again. And it's been that way for days. I've been dumping 100-pound bags of soil for fucking days, and they didn't warn me first. And that's how everybody in my life treats me, with absolutely no respect at all. So, BRB. How everyone in my life has always treated me. I just do for them, and they just drop something in my lap and don't care about what I do because I'm a video gamer. They just assume that what I'm doing is worthless. So, and I'll make the statement and I'll say something really cruel and mean about my family because they do deserve it. They've never ever treated me with respect in this manner. They think what I do is basically a joke. It is until you make money doing it. Then suddenly you're ninja, you know? That's show business for ya. Bye. I'll be back in 5. Terribly sorry.
A tour of the concentration camps.
Oh, good. So they said F the Jews, so you gave them an all-inclusive tour of Germany. It's like what happened with the N-word Karen lady yesterday. She called some poor black kid the N-word on a fucking playground, and they gave her $600,000. You can see how bad humanity's become.
In Germany, and hopefully learn something, and maybe like their lives aren't ruined and they think twice, and more importantly other
No, you gave them an all-inclusive vacation for wearing a sign that said that.
Like, see, it's not just like words you're throwing around. So to me, that's a fair outcome of this event.
They then also went on to say that the waitresses were fired and that they acted alone. In fact, saying that one of the girls pressured the other into it and neither of them went to discuss it with the manager. The bar also saying in a statement that they are, quote, saddened, embarrassed, and frustrated by the deplorable actions of a customer and misguided staff, and adding that the staff in question went against their...
Why were they doing this? I still don't hear why. Why were they doing this? What could be gained?
For hate and discrimination. And with that, they close by saying, we deeply apologize for the role we played in allowing hate speech to transpire. This unfortunate incident is the opposite of what we stand for, and we will be doubling down on efforts to prevent such actions in the future.
Did they lose a bet? They probably lost a bet.
We also saw that the police are investigating the incident, and the 2 students of Temple University who were involved are under investigation.
They lost a bet?
An unnamed one of them being suspended, and the school promising that anyone else found to be involved, quote, will face strict disciplinary action, including possible expulsion. With the university president saying in the strongest terms possible, let me be clear, anti-Semitism is abhorrent. It is no place at Temple, and acts of hatred and discrimination against any person or persons are not tolerated at this university. But then with all this, we saw not everyone was on board with Dave's decision here. You had many saying that Dave sending these people on an all-expenses-paid trip to Poland is an inadequate punishment. And this is, you had people just kind of criticizing Barstool Sports itself, saying things like, a fuck the Jews sign is obvious hate speech, but you won't get me to look past the fact that Barstool Sports has spent like a decade spreading dumbass middle school SEC-style racism, sexism, transphobia, etc., all over the internet, only to draw the line at anti-Semitism. Great stuff. Which also, I'll say, touching on criticisms like that, and another update posted on X, you had Dave railing against a reporter who had asked him questions along that same line.
She starts like, okay, fine enough, asking questions about the bar, how did it happen, responsibility, blah, blah, blah. And then she shifts. And then she does what a media scumbag does. She's like, well, she pulls a quote out of her ass from like, I don't even know, a made-up journal, some professor at like the Sportocratic University of something. It's like they say that Barstool Sports creates a culture of harassment and that basically I'm responsible for this happening at my own bar.
With Portnoy also including footage of him getting heated with the reporter. That is not where the story ends, because yesterday you had Dave posting another video saying that one of the people who was involved here completely changed his tune and is no longer taking accountability for his actions. With Dave saying that he saw a now deleted post from one of the people that completely clashed with his prior attitude when accepting responsibility and deciding to go to Auschwitz. With Dave saying that he called them and that on that call they claimed that he didn't have anything to do with it and that he felt pressured into admitting that he did. So you had Dave deciding to rescind his offer to send him on a trip to Poland.
Buddy, what are you doing? I'm like trying to make this a teachable moment, throw a lifeline to a kid. He's like, well, I already got suspended from Temple because you got a the Jews sign at a bar and posted it and on social media. What don't you get about that? Maybe if you actually learn a life lesson, maybe if people watch you go to Poland and seem like you're changed, this gets behind you. But now, no, I'm not going to send him now.
Right, and as of now, we don't know what the status is for the other person that Dave offered to send to Poland. You know, what's been interesting as this has been playing out is just the reactions online. Because just generally speaking, people kind of landed in one of three aisles. One, people that loved what Dave said and his kind of idea for how to resolve the situation. Two, people that found the idea of them going to Auschwitz as kind of just not far enough, more of almost like rewarding them with a free trip. And then you had a third group that was saying that Dave Portnoy was actually engaging in cancel culture, that he was going after and trying to ruin the lives of college students. You know, the reactions have been all over the place depending on where you go on the internet. So, you know, as we wait to see how this continues to play out, I've got to pass the question off to you. What are your thoughts with this whole mess? But then, next up today, we've got to talk about this airplane chaos. And specifically, I'm talking about the mayhem happening over at Newark Liberty International Airport in New Jersey. Because as you may have heard or even experienced if you had a flight recently, there's been hundreds of delays and cancellations affecting thousands of customers for the past 2 weeks. With us seeing inbound flights Tuesday morning getting delayed by over 2.5 hours on average and up to 5 hours, though on previous days they've seen as high as 10 hours. Right, and there are several reasons for the chaos, but we've now just learned what for many is the most shocking one. Namely, that on Monday, April 28th, sources say that screens in the air traffic control tower, they literally went dark. Like, I mean, air traffic controllers could not see, hear, or talk to the incoming planes reportedly for about 60 to 90 seconds. With reports saying that they were controlling around 15 to 20 flights at the moment everything shut down. And as pilots repeatedly asked, "Approach, are you there?" you could hear the controllers struggling to reestablish contact.
They lost 3 radar scopes went black. They lost all the radios at approach. Just got told that approach lost all the radars. 3 of the 4 radar screens went black, and they have no frequencies. We lost our radar, and it's not working correctly. And we don't have a radar, so I don't know where you are.
Now, as for what went wrong, you had Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy telling Fox News that controllers had lost the primary communication and that the backup line didn't immediately take over. And this, as other reports said, that a piece of copper wire fried, leading Chuck Schumer to ask,
did they ever hear of fiber optics over there at the FAA?
And now, in the wake of this incident, you have CNN reporting that at least 5 controllers took 45 days of medical leave because the experience was traumatic. With then the FAA confirming this and adding, while we cannot quickly replace them due to this highly specialized profession, we continue to train controllers who will eventually be assigned to this busy airspace. Now with this, I want to note, while 5 people may not sound like a lot, according to United Airlines CEO Scott Kirby, that's over 20% of the controllers at Newark. With him also saying, keep in mind, this particular air traffic control facility has been chronically understaffed for years, and without these controllers, it's now clear, and the FAA tells us that Newark Airport cannot handle the number of planes that are scheduled to operate there in the weeks and months ahead. And this, as he characterized the workers taking leave as them walking off the job, which is something the controllers union did not like. With one source telling CNN, the controllers didn't just walk off the job, they were traumatized. Their equipment failed. It's written in the regulations, if they experience a traumatic event, they can take time off to go see a psychiatrist. The people working that day did that. But whatever your opinion there is a clear thing, and that this only worsens an already dire situation for the FAA. Because you have the union pointing out that the nationwide shortage of controllers, it's nearly the worst it's been in 30 years. So the controllers who remain describing how they're stressed, burnt out, frequently taking overtime. Hell, one Newark employee even told NBC flatly, it is not safe. With then reporter Tom Costello adding, really an incredible statement, unsolicited. He just said that to me, and separately, don't fly into Newark, avoid Newark at all costs. And as if the air traffic control situation wasn't enough, construction work's currently being done on one of the runways, closing it down until mid-June, which then leaves them with only 2 operational runways, but even those aren't guaranteed because severe weather was expected to hit the tri-state area on Tuesday. And so then with all this, you had Chuck Schumer taking the opportunity to call out the White House and demand accountability.
Keeping the flying public safe and our national airspace efficient is the responsibility of Donald Trump's FAA. They're failing spectacularly. So today, I am demanding a full Inspector General Office investigation into what happened at Newark so these problems do not get worse or spread to other airports around the nation.
And with this, I do want to note that Sean Duffy agrees that the system is broken and needs massive reform.
The system that we're using in air traffic control, it's incredibly old. This system is 25, 30 years old. We use floppy disks. We use copper wires.
We're about 3,000 air traffic controllers short right now.
With him saying that back in March, his department bumping Academy student pay by 30%, streamlining the hiring process, and prioritizing applicants who score highest on the entrance exam. And that's in addition to them now announcing plans to give all new graduates from the Academy a $5,000 bonus, give bonuses to controllers willing to work at harder to fill locations, and give bonuses to controllers who work past their retirement age. And then actually, on top of that, his department will announce a plan to modernize the air traffic control system this Thursday. So a big thing thing there is that Duffy said that the rollout, it might take 3 to 4 years to complete. And then I've got more news for you in just a moment. But first, real talk. I thought that I was on top of my finances, but that's until Rocket Money called me out. I just had so many random subscriptions still charging me, apps I hadn't opened up in months. One that was from a free trial that I swore I canceled, but apparently I didn't. And that is where today's sponsor, Rocket Money, came in clutch. Because Rocket Money is a personal finance app that helps find and cancel your unwanted subscriptions, monitors your spending, and helps lower your bills so you can grow your savings. And not only that, they'll actually negotiate your bills for you. So, if you're overpaying, for example, your internet, cable, phone, Rocket Money will deal with customer service so you don't have to. And their dashboard, it helps me see where my money is going, set budgets, and track my spending trends. Also, their goals feature, it made saving feel doable. Like even small amounts have started adding up. So it's not surprising to learn that Rocket Money has over 5 million users and has saved a total of $500 million in canceled subscriptions, saving members up to $740 a year when using all of the app's premium features. Or I didn't think I needed help, but Rocket Money helped me clean up my finances fast. So if you're trying to save more, stress less, and stop wasting money, this is the move. Cancel your unwanted subscriptions and reach your financial goals faster with Rocket Money. Just go to rocketmoney.com/PDS today. That's rocketmoney.com/PDS. One more time, just for the people in the back, rocketmoney.com/PDS. But then, this is the biggest scandal in the history of the presidency. That is how Senator Chris Murphy has repeatedly described Trump's meme coin, which he says is a conduit for bribery. And today, he actually came on the show to talk to us about his new legislation that he just introduced and what he and many others believe is blatant corruption. I kind of want to jump straight into the topic of the day. And that is that, you have called Trump's meme coin the biggest scandal in the history of the presidency, which is a pretty bold claim. So can you walk us through what's happened? How does it work? Why is it a problem ripe for abuse, right? Because we've seen defenders of Trump coin arguing, it's just the newest wave of marketing. It is a new way to show support, like a political expression. It's the free market doing free market things. And some have even argued if it is all about the money, it's actually transparency in fundraising.
Yeah, I guess it's true. One way you could show support for your mayor is to hand him a check for $10 million. And on your way out, ask him if he might pave your
Does it
road.
matter if
That's
it's
a way to show
Bitcoin?
support for him, but it's fundamentally corrupt. We
Yup.
don't allow our elected officials to make
Piece
money
of shit
through the back
criminal.
door, especially in exchange for favors and
what
for
happened there?
favorable treatment from the federal government. That's exactly what's happening here. So the meme coin that Donald Trump has issued, but the stable coin as well, are just mechanisms by which individuals quietly, privately, secretly can send money to Donald Trump, a couple bucks or tens of millions of dollars, and then they can show up at the White House and ask for their favor. And everything we know about Donald Trump tells us that they are going to get much better treatment than folks who are not paying Donald Trump off. The meme coin is worth nothing, right? It has no independent value. But it is clearly a way, as we speak, that people who have interest before the federal government are trying to impact Trump's policy, both the meme coin and the stable coin. A trucking company CEO just announced publicly that they were going to buy $20 million of Trump coin because they believe that that was the best way for them to get what they want from the Trump administration. The foreign government of the United Arab Emirates just announced that they were going to conduct a sizable chunk of business in Trump coin because they believe that that's the best way to get favorable treatment as a nation from the Trump administration. This has never, ever happened before in the history of the country. We've never allowed for foreign governments, CEOs, corporations to just send money to the president of the United States in order to try to impact policy. It's fundamentally corrupt, and it's kind of unbelievable that it's not already specifically illegal, but the piece of legislation we're introducing today would make it specifically illegal.
Well, so I guess that's a question. Do you know for certain that Trump is personally profiting from this? And if so, at what level? Or is that kind of impossible to tell from the holdings? Because reports, have noted that 80% of the coin is held by Trump-linked entities. And Trump has said in an interview over the weekend that he wasn't profiting from anything when asked about the meme coin, that he hasn't even really looked at the profits from crypto. So is there anything concrete there that you know of?
Oh, I mean, he's lying. He lies about a lot of stuff. But no, Donald Trump and his family, right, are the main investors in the company that is issuing the stable coin and the meme coin. So Trump absolutely stands to benefit personally, whether he gets that money now or after he is out of the Oval Office, he benefits personally and financially from the sale of the meme coin and the stable coin. How he makes money off the meme coin is a little complicated, right? He sort of sells portions of the overall allotment, and he gets paid by the exchanges when he sells those allotments. But then every time that there is a transaction of existing coin, he also gets a payment as well. All of those payments are made to a company that Trump and his family have the controlling interest in, and thus it is a very clear mechanism by which individuals can send money directly to Donald Trump.
So, I mean, getting into your bill specifically, what exactly does it do? I mean, is it kind of Trump's already through the door on this, or would it force Trump and his family to give up whatever stake they have? I mean, how exactly would this work for the situation at hand now, as well as moving forward?
Yeah, I do think it's important to acknowledge that what Trump is doing already is illegal. So there's a specific provision of the U.S. Constitution, what's called the Emoluments Clause. Weird word, but it's a pretty simple concept. The President of the United States is not allowed to profit off of his office, to use the powers of the presidency in order to enrich himself. That's like exactly what he's doing. One of the things he announced 2 weeks ago was that he's actually going to give private tours of the White House to the top 25 buyers of his crypto coin. I mean, there is no clearer violation of the Constitution, the Emoluments Clause, than that. You can't give access to the White House to induce people to send you money personally. That's exactly what he's doing. But, there isn't a specific statute right now that says a president or a member of Congress cannot issue a crypto coin and cannot market that coin, in part because all this is pretty new. We haven't regulated the industry writ large, so we haven't had anything specific to say on whether or not it's okay for members of Congress or the president to do it. So this piece of legislation that I'm introducing with Representative Liccardo in the House just sort of simply says that if you're the president, or you're a senior member of the administration, or you're a member of Congress, you cannot issue a coin. You can't be a owner of a company that issues a coin, and you can't market a coin because you are essentially then using your office in order to try to profit off of this crypto venture.
So, I mean, let's say this gets through, and the question of do you think this actually has a shot of being enacted is, I guess, separate from it. But let's say it does get through. To go back to the question, would this actually strip or force Trump and his family to divest in some way, or is he already through the door?
No, it would be operational going forward, so it wouldn't claw back any profits Trump has already made, but it would require the president and his family to end their investment in this company and in these two coins, the stable coin and the meme coin. The bill would apply, not just to the individual, the member of Congress or the president, but also to their spouse and to their immediate family members. So yeah, this would end the corruption if it passed. And listen, I can't tell you, whether it has a shot. I certainly understand that Republicans are lining up with the president, but I think day by day the public is sort of getting turned on to this scheme. I was kind of amazed that when he rolled it out a few months ago, really nobody was paying attention, but I do now sort of pick up in town halls.
I got it. I think I
fixed
my problem.
Back in Connecticut, that my constituents seem to know a lot more about it, and so I think it'll be harder for Republicans to vote against this. Maybe not impossible, but I think it'll be harder for them to vote against it as both Republicans and Democrats out there in the country start to figure out that this is, as I said, probably the most massive corruption of the White House in the history of the country.
Well, I guess to that point, especially in regards to more moderate Republicans, do you think that there is as far as maybe a polling cliff edge where there are people that you're able to peel back to actually vote on something like this? Because I think, there are a lot of Republicans that either overtly or secretly are scared to back a plan that would do anything negative to Trump or his family.
Yeah, it's a really good question.
I don't want to do anything to
Obviously,
Trump.
His approval ratings have moved very quickly over the past couple of...
It's weird because I don't, it's weird. Listen to me now. I hate Trump, and honestly, I was like very sorry that the bullet missed. I hate Trump, but I don't want to do anything to him because I don't think this is about hurting anyone or punishing anyone or changing anyone. I think they have too much money, and I think that needs to be fixed. But like overall, I don't really want to hurt anybody or incarcerate anybody or do anything like that. Prison didn't help us, I don't think prison's gonna help Trump. He's goddamn 80 years old. What's that gonna do? Like, I think he's a criminal who belongs in prison, but I don't know how it helps an 80-year-old man who's misguided to imprison him when, like, you can tell he's just doing what they tell him to do. I think there's someone controlling him, and I think this is all just some fucking battle plan in that person's control book or their game book. And like, I think he's this like hapless toady who just does what they say. And we thought for a while it was like Roger Stone. Now we're thinking like Peter Thiel. But I'm guessing that these sins fall on that person, not on Trump, which is why I would prefer that they just impeach him. But I don't know about imprisoning him, because I think he just does whatever he has to do to win. So they just told him what he had to do to win. Now that doesn't make it okay what he did. But like, it's weird because I keep thinking that prison isn't really the solution for almost anything but murder and rape. I think it actually has to be a reform. I think the judges need now to sort of like begin to prove to the public that they're getting some kind of resolution out of that criminal that prevents this from ever happening again. So like, so do I need to throw him in jail for this? I don't think so. I think he's a white-collar criminal who maybe jail isn't going to fix him. I think it's more like just strip him of any power of doing this ever again. And censure him. I think censure is fine. I don't need him sitting in jail. That's just going to cause a fucking terrible problem with the low IQ right-wing rednecks of this fucking country. I'm sorry, but I mean, that's really how I feel. I don't think jail solves any of this. It's weird. It's dumb. I never did. I don't really think jail solved any of this. I don't think we should have put our druggies in jail. I'm not really sure we should put our idiot politicians in jail. Just censure them so they can't do what they want to do the most. Isn't that enough? I don't know. Is jail really the fucking answer to fucking everything? We actually need reform. We need him to just never do this again. We need to learn from the lesson. We need to never not have him in power anymore, so we can't be subjected to this corruption. I don't know what to do, but I don't think jail's the goddamn answer for all of it. I never really did. I don't think it is. Just taking their freedom away every time they break the fucking law. When I don't really know if it's the breaking the law is the problem. It's that their greed and their power struggles just sort of dictate this lawlessness and this morality that doesn't really indicate them stopping in anywhere for him, much less for this. So like, just putting him in jail, stop it? No, you need to make sure they never work in this business again. I don't think jail stops him from doing anything. All that does is make him a martyr. So like, yeah, on top of it, I'm not really sure I want a jail sentence for this one. It's a politician. If we jailed all the goddamn politicians every time they acted greedy and grabbed for fucking power, we'd have no politicians left. It's that same thing. It's like, it's what Lincoln talks about in that movie Lincoln, when he's like, well, I could execute this boy for stealing a horse and trying to go AWOL, but I'm just not really sure how that fucking benefits anything. I think that's how a good leftist looks at it. It's like, how does jail benefit Trump? I don't really think it's going to stop him from doing these crazy power struggle games that he does, is it? No, you need to censure him and just make sure that he retires to the goddamn golf course and leaves us alone. So he can't ever be another fucking politician ever again. He's too old to be a politician anyways. Isn't he like, I don't know, isn't he like Bernie's age? He's too old to do it now. So it's like, just force him to just go away. Force him to go away. We don't need him imprisoned. I don't really think we needed these January 6th people imprisoned. Prison is not the goddamn answer usually, except for like murder and rape. You need some kind of assuration from the judge and the community. And there needs to be classes and like training and there needs to be monitoring, and they need to show up and show to the judge like once every week or something like that for the rest of their goddamn life that they're actually making sure that they're not in politics again, trying to destroy us with their goddamn corruption and their fucking terrible, terrible fucking criminality and all this. As long as they don't go around us again, that's enough for me. I don't think jail is necessary here. It's a fucking white guy. He hasn't stuck a gun in somebody's fucking face. And it's weird because I hate this man and I was sad when the bullet missed last year, you know? But is jail really the goddamn fucking answer? Do we need the president in jail? I think he was just trying to help us, but then he was like led astray by pieces of shit. He's a piece of shit himself. Can you really blame him? Like, the absolute power completely corrupts like this. Can you really blame them? Like, I can blame them, but I mean, but I'm not surprised. Are we surprised? Excuse me. I can blame them, but I'm not surprised. So do we throw him in jail? No, just like the murder stuff. I don't want it like that. I just want these people censored so they can't harm us any longer. It's not that fucking hard. You keep letting him work in the same industry. He was kicked out of the fucking office the first time. Why did you let him come back? That's all we need you to do, is actually uphold the goddamn rules that we always had in the first fucking place. We don't need new stuff, really. I mean, I'd be okay with like getting rid of the executive office entirely, because you see how corrupt they become. I think JFK was corrupt. I think he was led around by the women that they dangled in front of him, and I think they used him, and they used him with a Russian spy and stuff like this. He was incredibly fucking weak. He was weak when it came to the women. He was marching women in and out of that goddamn Oval Office like Bill Clinton. It was fucking weird. They have some weakness with this. It's okay. They're human. I don't want to imprison them for this. I think it makes them like, it's like they're trying to help us, but then they get lost along the way, and that's something that I can kind of understand. That's crocodile tears, but it's like, is it some gangbanger who just shot up a fucking church? No, it's Donald Trump, you know? And I have this problem with white-collar crime, too. It's like they're always stealing all the time. If you guys just held up the rules, and they wouldn't steal so much. And we don't hold up the rules all the time. All this embezzling goes on, and I swear to God, they just don't admit it happens or something like this. It's weird. And like, no, if you just kick him out of office and censure him, that's enough. That's disgrace. It's like saying, nah, you threw too many bombs, you fucked up, you flew too close to the goddamn fascist sun or whatever, and like, fuck you, but no, we don't want your freedom. I mean, how does that solve anything? Donald Trump not being able to walk around doesn't really fix the goddamn Donald Trump problem. He needs to just not run for office and not lead us astray anymore. He's a corrupt asshole. Just do that and we're fine. We don't need him locked up. It's the same thing. Like honestly, if we send the message that we lock up every president every time they're corrupt, we won't have any presidents either.
Weeks, now as approval ratings are
all these politicians are corrupt. We never prison them. They have to touch children to get them in goddamn prison or something like that. We don't jail politicians in this country. We really don't. We might, I mean, maybe they catch some Dewey and they lose it all, or they smoke crack like that mayor. Maybe. But no, most of the time we just sort of accept that they're flawed individuals and we're like, yeah, we got tough lives too. We're in the lower class or the middle class, and this dude's got cancer and mama isn't looking right and daddy's got a drinking problem, and Sonny's out there smoking crack in the backyard and all this other stupid shit. Everybody's got fucking problems too. We're people that understand that people have problems. I don't need to jail Trump because he accepted fucking campaign finance reform. I just need him censured, or whatever the fuck you call it when you can't be a politician anymore. What is that called? I don't know. Excommunicated or whatever. Like, we need him excommunicated. He can't do any more damage and we're fine. We have bad actors all the fucking time. We can't just we can't just take their freedom away every time that they just do what they're told by their fucking masters or whatever. It's sort of dumb. It's like, we can't do that to politicians in particular, or they won't want to be politicians. Their job is not harder. It's just, there's more power, there's more corruption, there's more problems. It's temptations for them. It's just like a junkie or something like that. I have these crocodile tears when it comes to the fucking politicians. They're not, Donald Trump is not rolling through the hood spraying a MAC-10 at the church or some shit. It really is like that. He rolls around in a limo trying to make sure that the country has guidance. And so do we throw him in jail when he gets greedy and corrupt? I don't know about that. That's one of the reasons why we're like so nice about these minimum security prisons. Give him a year. you know, like, I think people think that I hated him so much I wanted him to die, and I do, but like fucking like but I still don't want it that way. I don't want him to face time in jail when all he really did was try to lead the country. Sure, he led himself astray with corruption and all this stuff, and he made the place that he loved the most worse. But I mean, like, did he kill anyone? I don't think so. If he did it through negligence. He raped somebody, so he should be in prison for that. But you guys won't uphold the law. Didn't you convict him of rape or something like that? You won't uphold the law, so he doesn't go to prison. Do I want him to go to prison for this, trying to be a politician and then ending up being corrupt and failing at it? No, that's just somebody being bad at their fucking job. That's somebody being bad at their fucking job. There's no criminal intent here, I don't think. When you look him in the fucking eyes and he says, "I love America," you can tell that he's not fucking lying. And I can't believe I'm defending the goddamn devil like this, but I don't want him in jail for trying to just be a politician. That's a message that I can't send to anybody who wants to be good at being a politician and is scared to take risks, or, I don't know, like, I can't say that it was good that he did what he did. But I mean, like, I don't see putting him in jail for any of this. We just kick him out of office. When a politician fucks up, you just kick him out of office. You don't imprison them. Maybe if they lied to a court that really needed the answer for, like, perjury or something, you'll imprison them. But, like, I don't know about imprisoning him for taking Dogecoin for becoming president. Just take his office from him. That's all we need. Firing somebody. People get fired. We fire people all the goddamn time. That's not something to really freak out about. Fire his ass. That's it. I don't want him in jail for taking corrupt fucking Bitcoin campaign finance. That probably wasn't his idea. That's probably the world's idea, and he had to he probably had to go along with it, honestly. Like you know, they were probably more like, if you don't take our Bitcoin, we won't work with you, probably, honestly. And he was like, all right, I'll open a fucking thing and I'll take your fucking bribes, you know? That's what politicians do. Yeah, if it's bribery, jail him, but I don't see that here. I see a fucking muddled 85-year-old goddamn dinosaur who can't lead a fucking glass of water, who like is in ill health and ill state of mind, who lies constantly, intimidates our worst enemies, and has terrible issues leading us, and steals all the time, and all this problems, and he's a tax cheat, and all this stuff. But all it really is a flawed human being who needs to be fired. That's it. Fire him and we're fine. I don't need his fucking freedom taken away. For what? Trying to be a politician and accidentally becoming corrupt? I don't think so. Of all the sins an American can commit, that's a romantic one that I kind of want to turn the other cheek for. You know, that's, at least you took the shot, buddy. You know, I'm sorry that the Bitcoin bros got to you. They got to everybody. We're sympathetic to it. They got to Sam Bankman-Fried. They get to everybody. Like, the fucking Bitcoin bros got to you. I'm sympathetic to it. I don't want you in jail over that. I just want you out of goddamn office. If you uphold the laws and maybe put him in jail for the 34 felonies he's already got, we wouldn't have to worry about new stuff. But I mean, you don't do that. So, I mean, be consistent. Just fire him. Just fire him. That's all we need. Just fire him. You guys are fucking pussies. You're such fucking pussies. You are such pussies. I've never seen men with with more cowardice. I mean, you are fucking cowards. Just fire him. He has been a bad boss. Fire him. He's a bad boss. You guys are fucking pussies. And it literally insults vagina how much pussy you fucking are. It insults vagina. You are such a goddamn pussy. Fucking fire him.
Around 40%.
He's violated the Constitution like 85 times. Fucking fire him. Get him out of here. He's a corrupt politician. I don't want him in jail. Just fire him. You can't do that, so you talk about imprisoning him. I don't want any more fucking prison in America. I don't want any more prison. I want to fucking solve the problems that we currently fucking have and make our people better so they aren't sick anymore, and do stupid shit like take fucking Dogecoin bribes to fucking swing elections from Bitcoin bros. Like, Jesus fucking Christ, you fucking cheater thieves. What the fuck's wrong with you? Just fire him, you're pussies. Fire him. We've seen enough reasons to do it. The fucking American leadership, the whole swinging dick lot of them, are fucking little girl pussies. The entire leadership is pussies. Fire this fucking guy. Jesus Christ, I've never seen a bunch of panty-waist, pussy-ass losers. You guys are fucking pussies. Fire the fucking guy.
That's the place at which some of his enablers and backers start to think twice about giving him carte blanche. I think when a president's approval ratings, especially
just
this early,
fire him. His approval rating is in the goddamn toilet. We kicked out blowjob dude for less. Kick him out. Kick him out. We kicked out some dude for a single blowjob. A fucking blowjob. This guy's got 34 fucking felonies. The blowjob wasn't even illegal. And we fucking kicked him out. Kick this guy out. Fucking fire him. Or I'll fire you. Fire this fucking guy or I'll fucking fire you. You guys don't deserve the positions you get. You keep looking like pig dog traitors who back corrupt assholes. Fire this fucking guy. Fire him. He's incompetent. He's a dinosaur. He can't form any more thought than goddamn Joe can. They like fire him like you fired Joe. How fast did it take you to get Joe out? It was like, I don't know, 9 months, something. It wasn't even that. It was like 9 weeks or something. It was so fast. Why are we not firing him? We fire Joe. We need to fire this guy. They're not fucking working for us. They're not working for the fucking public. They're threatening to take away the fucking Social Security from the elderly. They're sending people black bag to goddamn crazy prisons that we don't even own. They're fucking stealing our goddamn money and taking bribes from Dogecoin bros, from piece of shit criminals who deal in child porn and fucking shit like this so that they can continue to be Bitcoin bros. We know what they trade in. It's goddamn child porn. That's the money he fucking took. Fucking fire him. I don't need him in jail. I need him fired. You guys are pussies. The entire American male fucking leadership, they think they've got a dick. They don't. There's nothing down there. Nothing but a nub. You guys are fucking pussies. Fucking fire him.
When your honeymoon period are below 40%, that makes it a little bit harder.
I have never seen
your party's members to stick
more weak politicians in any government in the history of man. Fucking weak. Weak little pussy ass men who can't even fucking fire somebody. Pussy ass little bitches. Straight up pussy ass men. I've never seen fucking weaker people. My mother, she's got more strength than you. Fucking pussies, fire him. My mother's stronger than you.
Stay in line, especially on the most unpopular parts of the agenda. So I think there will be opportunities for Republicans to break with the tariff policy. There may be an opportunity for them to vote.
Gee, you think you should not fine all of our fucking trade partners who make sure that we have all the things that we buy from them? Because we buy things from them. We don't make things. We buy things. When we want something, we buy things. We are traders. We are not producers. We don't have the breadbasket. The piece of shit pig dog traders killed that. So now we have, you know, we buy stuff from China. We buy stuff from the China virus. We buy Chinese stuff, you know. We buy Chinese stuff. We buy Taiwanese stuff. We buy fucking Korean stuff. We buy all of our stuff from Asia. Who did you goddamn tariff, you goddamn brain dead moron? Also, on top of this, and I hit you with this so many times over the last couple of weeks, these people have loaned us trillions and trillions and trillions of dollars. They are our greatest debtors, China and Japan. They own all of our debt. It's something like $10 trillion or something like that. And you keep pointing the finger at them, dropping bombs on them, nuclear bombs on them. They're our greatest debtor, right? And putting your finger up the butt of Xi Jinping all the goddamn time for some fucking reason. And putting tariffs on him that Europe called basically war crime level of wrong and threatened to sanction us over. And it's like, Jesus fucking Christ, just fire the guy. There hasn't been anything good. Just admit it. There hasn't been anything good. You backed a fucking loser. Oh well, bring some other Republican loser. Fucking fire him, but bring another Republican loser, whatever. But we definitely need him fucking fired. We got to get this piece of shit out of here. This guy does not love us. He loves America, but he doesn't love us. He doesn't love the public. He loves America. He doesn't love the public. He doesn't give a living shit what happens to us. It's gotta go. This is somebody who doesn't have the public's interests at heart. It's a traitor fucking asshole. He's gotta go.
And yeah, I think there's a chance that we could win a few over. I think it helps that this bill
He's suborned goddamn insurrection
is more broadly applicable than just the president, right? Where we're saying here, that no member of Congress should do this either. And
yeah, like, why are we going along with all this crime? Are you guys just all corrupt now? Should we fire the entire goddamn government and end the executive branch entirely and just and call it a failed experiment or reform or something? Because you guys have not acted like you are working in our best interests at all. You really are not our friend. You are acting like some kind of foreign government took over our government and have not put the public's interests at heart. And now you've got some weird corrupt criminal in place of in our highest office, and it's very, 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 very bad. It's got to stop.
That allows somebody to vote for it and say, well, this isn't just about President Trump. It allows a Republican to say,
this is about
I'm
decency. This is about not being criminals. This has nothing to do with Trump. Honestly, when you know that I don't even want jail for him, this isn't about Trump. This is about decency and not being corrupt Americans. It's deeper than that. We need to send the message by letting his ass go and be like, this wasn't about you. This wasn't about punishing you or punishing your party or anything about this. This is about having decent politicians who do decent things with the public's interests in goddamn heart. Not like you, piece of shit, backstabbing traitor. Fucking go suborn some more goddamn insurrection or whatever. Not like you. Not like you, Mr. Bungle COVID. Not like you. Not like you. Not like you, Mr. Oh, I took $500 million from Bitcoin bros the day before the election. Not like you. That you aren't it. I'm sorry, you're not it. I want you gone. Fucking gone. Any vote of confidence is completely gone from me. I mean, no, I want you fired. I'm calling for impeachment. Fucking impeach the bastard. I mean, I never was ever like this. I was never ever this fucking bang the goddamn book about it. But no, I don't want him in jail. I just want him out of that office. We can't have you destroying America any longer.
Colleagues, this isn't just about regulating the press. We drafted the bill purposefully that way to make it more, maybe more palatable for some of Trump's allies.
Are you aware of any of your colleagues in the Senate or the House that are actually holders of Trump coin?
That's a good question. I don't know.
And we want you out too. I want all you guys out. You're all corrupt. You're all corrupt. Even kind of Philip in a way is corrupt. You're all corrupt. I kind of want you out. I want all of you out. I don't think you're running our country in any good way or form, in any good direction that could be called godly or good or anything like that. I don't think you're heading. I think you're a bunch of criminal, weird, like crazies who have taken over our government and are steering us towards some kind of Bermuda Triangle. It's got to stop. I need decency from my fellow American leadership or whatever now. This isn't it.
Would have to be disclosed on your ethics report. So those are due.
Both parties have lost my vote of confidence. I needed both of you guys to be somebody that I could trust to at least like run the country half the time. I don't like either of you anymore, and it's not like I'm a progressive. I'm a reformist. I don't mind having Democrat and Republican parties, but we can't have you. We can't have corruption taking over our highest office. We can't have you. That can't happen. This is worth too much. Our kids are riding on this. Our kids are riding on this, and this isn't it. You put too much at stake here. This isn't leadership.
The spring and the summer, so we may find out pretty soon as to how many members of Congress have the coin. And obviously one of the big questions...
How many members of Congress have the coin? I want them all gone. I want them all gone. How many members of this Congress bought this coin? I demand from my American leadership, all of them censured or fired or whatever you call it. I want them all gone now. Criminals have infested our Senate. It's time for the head whip to break heads or we will lose this country. Uphold the laws. Right?
Is, how much inside information is trading about the coin. If you knew that Trump was about to send out a tweet pushing sale of the coin, which always very quickly but temporarily inflates the value, you would then go out and buy a whole bunch of coin and then you'd sell it an hour after the tweet. And so, the opportunity for corruption when the president of the United States is pulling the strings on the value of a widely held asset, it's just limitless. So yeah, we want to know who holds it, and we want to see when they bought it, because if we find out that some members of Congress bought it right before Trump, for instance, sent out the notice that everybody was going to get a tour of the White House, if they bought it, that looks pretty freaking corrupt.
Right. And the last thing I'll ask, and it is connected to this, but it's a little bit of a departure, just regarding the efforts of contesting Trump and the future of the Democratic Party, post 2024, we've seen competing engagement strategies. You have people like, Gavin Newsom starting a podcast, and not exclusively, but bringing on big right-wing and Trump voices to, I'd say, more hear out rather than debate. You have left-leaning leaders like AOC and Bernie Sanders getting a ton of traction with their Fighting Oligarchy tour and populist messaging. You have Pete Buttigieg hopping on podcasts to try to better communicate the moment, communicate Dem messaging, talk about the future. To your credit, we were talking, you came on our show 2.5 years ago, trying out different avenues. As someone that's in the thick of it, what do you make of the efforts? Do you see winning strategies, losing strategies? And, what do you think would be the most effective way for Democrats to recover from the election? Because, and I know I'm going on a little rant here, but I know that, David Hogg recently, the DNC vice chair, trying to shake things up, has argued we can't just be the party that's against Donald Trump. And as bad as Donald Trump's polling is right now, the Dems' polling is kind of just really abysmal right now. What do you see as the winning strategies right now?
Yeah, well, there's a lot there, right? But
I try to cram it in right at the end.
I think part of the reason the Democratic approval rating is really low is because Democrats are upset that Democrats aren't fighting hard enough against Trump. It's not necessarily because they're upset that we haven't unveiled a positive message. It's that they think that we're not stopping what Trump is doing. I mean, my basic theory of the case is this: Donald Trump floods the zone every day, and Democrats have to do the same thing. There is sort of a theory of the case out there that Democrats should sort of sit back and we shouldn't sound so alarmist, and we kind of have to reserve our political capital. And if we, are operating on 5-alarm status every single day, it just isn't credible. I don't believe that. I believe that the moment is urgent, and that if you aren't acting like it's urgent every single day, you actually are losing credibility. And I think that we have to be more prolific in the amount of communication we are doing. I was glad that Pete went on that podcast. There was a lot of risk there, but that was really important risk to take. People want to hear us speaking authentically. They want to hear us speak in a really unfiltered way. They want to hear that we're angry, right? And that doesn't often come across when we are vetting all of our communications through, consultants or pollsters. If we aren't doing what I'm doing with you right now, right, speaking one-on-one with people in an unscripted way. So I just think we have to act with alarmism and urgency. We have to be doing more communication than we're doing. We have to take risks. And if we do that, then I think we can meet the moment.
Senator Murphy, thank you for the time.
Thanks, man.
Senator Murphy.
Then I've got more news you need to know about in just a moment. But first, I travel to escape drama, not just to start a toxic relationship with my cell provider. Every time I go abroad, it's the same scammy story, a $10 a day roaming plan that ghosts me after 2 gigabytes. Which, we've talked about before. I burned through 2 gigabytes before the plane taxis to the gate. And that is exactly why I started using Saley, today's sponsor and my go-to for stress-free travel data. Because, with Saley, you set up your plan before you leave, and when you land, boom, you're online, no drama. No digging good for SIM cards, stabbing your phone with a paperclip, no sketchy airport Wi-Fi. Saley gives you fast, reliable internet in over 200 countries, and it works across borders if you're country hopping. It's absolutely perfect for travelers who want to stay connected without getting financially wrecked. You know why else do I love it? Quick setup, 24/7 customer support, full refunds if your phone's not compatible, and a built-in ad blocker that cuts data use, saving you up to 28.6%. So yeah, main point, I'm team drama-free travel now. So scan the QR code or click the link below and download the Saley app, and make sure you use code Phil for 15% off your first plan. It's Saley.com/Phil, code Phil, 15% off. Travel smart. But then, next up today, we knew that the IRS was getting gutted, but we now know to what extent. Because a little while back, congressional Democrats asked the Treasury Inspector General for Tax Administration to examine the Trump DOGE cuts to the agency, and it just released its findings, with it stating that through March, the IRS lost about 11% of its total workforce. But the really big thing is when it comes to specific types of workers, because there, the numbers are much, much higher. With most notably, 31% of all its auditors, or some 3,600 people, having reportedly resigned or been fired. And that is still far below what the Trump administration was aiming for, since a recent memo outlined plans to cut as much as 40% of all staff, not just auditors. The Treasury spokesperson even telling CBS News, the Biden administration grew the IRS from 79,431 to 102,000.
So I hate the IRS as much as Trump does. He's a bad tax sheet, I'm not a tax sheet, but he is. And he's a bad tax sheet, and I hate the IRS as much as he does. But we also need the IRS to collect the taxes. I don't think they should be this corrupt rogue syndicate like they are, and I want all the auditors kind of oversighted. But I don't know if we should get rid of the IRS. We do need some kind of revenue service that does monitor that the Americans pay taxes. We do need that.
In personnel. Under new leadership, approximately the same number of employees have left the IRS, with a vast majority leaving voluntarily through the deferred resignation program. And then continuing, the rollback of wasteful Biden-era hiring surges and consolidation of critical support functions are vital to improve both efficiency and quality of service. But there, you have critics countering, saying the idea that of all the agencies, the IRS is wasteful or inefficient is ludicrous. Right? And according to the advocacy group Better IRS, every dollar spent on auditing the top 0.1% of earners, it returns about $26 to the federal government. Which is why in early 2024, the IRS said it expected to collect over $500 billion more by 2034, thanks to increased funding from the Inflation Reduction Act. But now, thanks to the DOGE cuts, the agency could collect $323 billion less in revenue over the coming decade, according to the Yale Budget Lab, which is what you have critics arguing is exactly the point here. But with the Center on Budget and Policy Priorities recently writing, the haphazard, slapdash nature of the layoffs does not reflect an effort to deliver services more efficiently or perform government functions more effectively. Instead, it appears to be a means of preventing those services or functions from being provided in the first place. And this is, you've got Emily DeVito, a former Treasury advisor and now senior advisor on economic policy at Groundwork Collaborative, telling CBS that's exactly what will happen. But they're saying you lose the very staff trained to keep high-end taxpayers and corporate taxpayers in compliance, and adding, you can see some behavioral effects when taxpayers, especially those that really don't want to pay their bills, come to accept there is very little risk to not paying at all or even filing. And so now, with tax filing season over, you have analysts saying we can expect to see more cuts soon. This also is recent polling on the popularity of the DOGE cuts has been less than favorable for the Trump administration, with, for example, the Partnership for Public Services surveying Americans a couple of weeks ago and finding that nearly 2/3 are concerned about the loss of experience and knowledge from the workforce. And that, notably including 85% of Democrats, 63% of independents, and even 44% of Republicans. Then, next up today in huge international news, we got to talk about how for the first time in modern Germany's 76-year history, the candidate for chancellor has failed to win a majority in the first parliamentary vote. And while Friedrich Merz eventually got the votes, he's now starting his term weakened, all while the far-right party that's opposing him seemingly has the backing of the country that's long been Germany's most important ally, the United States of America. With that, it's not just been today that things have been wild, it's been a turbulent few months in German politics. In February, national elections took place 7 months ahead of schedule due to the 2024 collapse of the previous governing coalition, with Merz's center-right Christian Democratic Union, along with its sister party, the CSU, coming out on top with around 29% of the vote. And since then, he's been trying to cobble together a coalition with the center-left Social Democratic Party, which notably led the previous governing coalition before its collapse, and then turned in its worst election performance in more than a century, taking third place with just over 16% of the vote. And then, the far-right anti-immigrant party Alternative for Germany, or AfD, it came in second with almost 21% of the vote, and that notably after being publicly endorsed by Elon Musk. And a key thing is that since February, its poll numbers have risen as some voters seemingly have taken issue with the CDU working with the SPD. In fact, in April, you saw AfD topping a major poll for the first time ever. And then, with all this, last week you had the country's domestic intelligence agency designating the party as a confirmed right-wing extremist force, meaning that officials can now use informants and other tools such college's audio and video recordings to monitor its activities nationwide. And then beyond that, the designation is fueling a long-running debate on whether to ban the AFD under German law as intent to prevent a repeat of the country's Nazi past. Right, and that is members of the Trump administration have now weighed in. With, for example, Secretary of State Marco Rubio saying in a post on X, that's not democracy, it's tyranny in disguise. And adding what is truly extremist is not the popular AFD, but rather the establishment's deadly open border immigration policies that the AFD opposes. You know, he wasn't alone. You also had Vice President J.D. Vance sharing that post and echoing the sentiment. But then on the other side, you had the German Foreign Office replying to Rubio saying, this is democracy. This decision is the result of a thorough and independent investigation to protect our Constitution and the rule of law and continue it. It is independent courts that will have the final say. We have learned from our history that right-wing extremism needs to be stopped. And then with all that, this week you had Merz's CDU, CSU Union, and the SPD finally getting around to setting aside their differences largely to counter AFD, and they signed a coalition deal, which hypothetically gives Merz 328 votes to back him as chancellor, which is well over the 316 needed in Germany's 630-seat parliament. But what we saw is that when the vote took place this morning, he only ended up with 310, with 9 of the 630 MPs absent, 3 abstaining, and another ballot paper being declared invalid. But that also meant that at least a few members of his own coalition outright voted against it. You know, since the vote is by secret ballot, it could have been anyone. And this is reportedly not everyone in the SPD was happy with the decision to form a coalition, but party officials were adamant that their members were fully committed to it. You know, the party's co-leader, for example, telling MPs that he had not the slightest indication that the SPD was not completely behind Merz, and adding, we can be counted on. Though, of course, with the mess, you had the AFD gleeful, and they called for new elections with the party's leader writing on social media. This demonstrates the weak foundation on which the small coalition between the CDU, CSU, and the SPD is built. But then with that, under Germany's constitution, there's no limit to how many votes can be held. So what we saw is that within a few hours, a second vote had already been lined up, and there, you had Merz winning with 325 votes. But I will say, you know, at the same time, the AFD leader isn't completely wrong. For this new coalition, it appears to be extremely fragile, and Merz, he's reportedly starting with one of the lowest approval ratings of any German leader in the modern era. So, you know, we're gonna have to wait to see what happens, but understand, it feels very much like this situation is primed for some sort of chaos if there's not success almost right out of the gate. Then, next up from that, shifting gears to a different kind of news, let's talk about this bodega owner that's giving kids free food and even cash for good grades. You know, a little human interest piece. So this is Wally, and he's the manager of Zach's Finest Deli and Grocery in Staten Island. And 2 years ago, he made a bet with one of his regular customers, Zamir, who was 12 at the time. We're telling him that if he came in with good grades on his report card, that Wally would give him something from the store for free, with Wally saying, I wanted to help motivate it. And a few days later, Zamir came back with an 88% average and asked for an Oreo milkshake. And with permission from Zamir's parents, Wally shared the video on TikTok, and then a bunch of neighborhood kids started coming in. With Wally explaining, I couldn't just deny the rest of the kids. I started doing it for all the kids in the neighborhood. And he set up a system. Students with an average between 70 and 80%, they get $10 worth of free items, and those with 80% or higher.
See, you gotta incentivize. You guys don't incentivize. You just pack them in a room with 40 people.
Wally even rewarding.
You just pack them in a room with 40 people. Like when I'm not saying we need to give them Oreo milkshakes, but we could give them Fortnite skins. We could give them social credit points. We could put them on a national scale and have them compete on like some kind of like big board or something. Like we need to motivate these kids and teach them better. It's stupid. There's not a lot of like innovation like this. I mean, I guess he's bribing him, but I mean, yeah, like whatever it takes. We can't give them candy, but we could do other things. Like, hey, if you get we should make a thing where, hey, you get a I don't know, something cheaper, like maybe give a kid a Nintendo Switch if they get a you know, A average in the 5th grade. Now, I don't see why we can't government sponsor something like that. Something kids want, right? We decide what kids want. There's always something. Some toy, or I don't know. What do kids like? I don't know. I don't know. Toys, right? Like, how about a $100 gift certificate? If you get an A average, you're gonna get a $100 gift certificate to Toys R Us. We don't motivate, really. We could do this as a government, even, kind of. We could be like, yeah, the government has a program where, yeah, if you like are an inner city kid and you have a really good grade average and stuff, we'll give you I don't know, something kids want. I don't know. That's the problem. We got to figure out what that is.
kids are bringing in improved grades and perfect attendance.
PS5,
And
something
then,
we can't
again,
afford
with their
that, but
parents' permission, Wally posts these videos of these kids and their rewards on TikTok, with some of his videos then going viral. And so we've seen one of the kids visiting Wally being a 11-year-old Russell Vincent, with him coming in with a 92.67% average, and he picked up a carton of eggs for his mom and a bunch of sweets for himself to celebrate. And Russ there, he's been bringing in his report card since the beginning of the school year, with his mom also chiming in that while he's always been a good student, Wally's encouragement has pushed Russell even further. And adding, I love it, I definitely think it's a good thing that he's doing. And we've also seen other parents echoing that sentiment, with, for example, the mom of an 8-year-old saying, "My son wasn't doing badly, but he wasn't interested." And with Wally, it makes him want to go hard. And adding, what he's doing is amazing. He's making the kids want to do better, want to go to school, and want to get good grades. Right? At first, Wally was just paying for this project out of his own pocket. But as he's gained traction online, he made a website selling merch to help fund the effort, and eventually a GoFundMe that's raised nearly $30,000, with him saying, "Now I can accept more kids." It's a very big help. With him adding that he's got no intention of stopping or even slowing down, and he hopes that other people are going to do something similar in their own community. With him saying, "I see the progress the kids make. It pushes them toward greatness. It makes me feel really, really happy." So, yeah, just a nice little story of Wally being our BAMF of the day to give you a little breath of air in the otherwise just heavy show. Then, finally today, let's talk about y'all's comments on yesterday's show and some commentary brought to you by beautifulbastard.com, and specifically Project BB28. Because depending on when you're watching this, you only have 24 to 36 hours left. Which, if you missed the announcement, BB28, it's all the shirts that you've ever wanted, loved, but never got over at beautifulbastard.com, but just for 28 bucks a pop. Think of BB28 as the Nordstrom rack to Beautiful.
I'm gonna go stir my dinner. I'll be right back. Stuffed nochi. Or gnocchi. Don't drop on me. Yep, these are real good. Looking real good. Stir it around. Some nice brown quality to it. Okay, kill it. We done. I'll come back when it's cooled down, but I have some nice stuffed gnocchi with some wonderful Classico Alfredo sauce, and I think that's it. Maybe a tortilla or something, but yeah, it's gonna be a pretty good dinner for $4.
Bastards Nordstrom. Because tons of people, they love and buy our custom cut and sewn Beautiful Bastard shirts made with our premium high quality cotton spandex. I genuinely believe that it is the best midweight shirt out there for under $100. I know I'm not alone there. And while the clothing business, it does very well, people love and buy all sorts of stuff.
Okay, I really mean this. So if they had offered me some way to earn some kind of credit on a national scale towards a free video game just with my grade average, I would have been a straight A student. If they had offered me some way for something that I wanted, right? Like I really wanted a Super Nintendo, I would have done anything for it, and I would have maintained a perfect A average all throughout school if there was some reason to do so. There's no real reason to do that. They'll still let you through school if you don't try. So there's really no reason to fucking do that. You do as little as, you know how this works, you do as little as possible to get through. Who cares what your grades are in school unless you're really trying to get that job later on, and then basically around high school you start trying. But I mean, even then you don't really have to try till high school or whatever. But we could do better than that. We could offer some type of video game makeup, whatever people like a video game or makeup, maybe video games or makeup or something. And so they don't buy you a whole console, but maybe they buy you a game every year or something if you maintain a better grade average, right? And so all the kids know they can get a free video game, or maybe I don't know, what do girls like? I don't know, you could give little $50 gift certificate bribes, and that might be a really big difference for an inner city kid, little bribes, they're I don't see why we can't bribe them. I think part of it is you kind of torture them by sticking them in there for 12 fucking years against their will. They don't like it. A bunch of them leave. They don't. I mean, a bunch of them don't complete school. I swear to God, they don't. And and it's just weird. So just incentivize them to be there. Don't make it so miserable. I don't know. Something needs to change in this country. The poverty has definitely brought us to almost to our knees, and it has to change. These people cannot remain rich like this. There is reform that is needed.
I also know that the prices that we have of Beautiful Bastard, it prices some people out. And that is why we're testing Project BB28 until Wednesday at midnight. Right, they're different. We're making these shirts with non-Beautiful Bastard blanks, but they're still very soft. They're also, I will say, lighter, which I think is perfect because we're going into summertime. Also, don't worry, it's not Gildan quality. I, want people to come back and buy more. So yeah, if there's...
Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna get a drink and get my dinner. I'll be right back. Ooh, it looks and smells really good. It's gonna be so good. Yeah. Okay. Let's do this. I like my big pan now, actually. It's gonna be so good. Oh, what was that sound? I'm on the right side, right? No, I'm on the wrong side. I'm gonna go out to the right side, or I'll just get killed.
A tea that you've ever wanted but you've been holding off, get it now. Because like I mentioned, at Wednesday at midnight, I'm going to be making all of this private and just kind of look at the data and see if we're ever going to do BB28 again. Is it a seasonal thing? Going to be a permanent sub-brand? Are we ever even going to do it again? But all you got to care about right now is that all of it's available at beautifulbastard.com.
Oh, the gnocchi is stuffed with cheese. It's so good, or gnocchi, whatever it is.
Links in the description. Definitely get in on it. But like I said, let's jump into those comments. Right, and in those comments, there was understandably a lot of focus on that Donald Trump interview, especially on the part of due process and is it your job to uphold the Constitution, and him going, I don't know. With Will Atkinson, for example, saying, I don't know is an acceptable answer if you're asked, what do you want for dinner? Not if you're asked, should the president follow the laws that the country was founded upon? What reality even is this anymore? To which I say, Will, this isn't reality. You're in a coma. Please wake up. You also had Cameron Hawkins saying, I'm not a lawyer, is essentially saying, I know what I'm doing is wrong, I just don't know the legal gray area lingo at the moment to brainwash my cold. Also, I'll say in those comments, there was a decent chunk of conversation around the Shiloh Hendricks situation. We all having takes, like imagine harassing a child and then claiming to be the victim and making money from it. We're truly living in a Black Mirror episode. Along with openly saying a 5-year-old is acting like a racial slur and getting support behind it really shows how backward we're walking. And this is even Matthews saying, it's difficult to express in words how disheartening it is to see how much support the woman in the first story received. As much as some people may want to believe that racism is a part of the past, this, among other things currently happening in our country, goes to show that it is clearly
it's still really here. That's been my experience too. When I'm around unpleasant people, you'll hear it. It's shitty. They don't like censor themselves at all.
Alive and well. But then finally today I'll end with these two comments. One, reading 31 seconds in and seeing it's going to be a heavy...
Everybody I've ever met, and I hate saying this, it's like one of my least favorite things to say because I got a lot of dear friends from these areas, but everybody I've ever met from Wisconsin and Minnesota and Michigan, they use the N-word every day. That's just normal for them. And that sucks. I mean, that's the reality. Now, is everybody from there like that? No, I'm just saying everybody that I've ever met freely uses the M word to describe black people. Now, they don't go out of their way to do it. They're not like, oh, I'm a KKK member and I hate black people or whatever. No, but they do think that word when they see black people. I've known people like this.
Show with a lot of stories that will tick me off. Hi, Phil. How are you doing? And the low-stake chess news was really funny to me as an outsider, but I'd really rather hear about that than another horrific event happening in the world. And so with those, I'll start by saying I'm kind of okay. Kind of like most everyone else when I look to the state of things and the news and everything. It's draining. It's exhausting. Also, it's my job. So, I'm rewarded for being engaged rather than it just being draining, for 99% of the population. But then, two, that's why I decided yesterday to include a story like the chess controversy and scandal. It ends up actually being kind of interesting and helpful for my head to look into news. It's not part of the main drain. I mean, even having this conversation, it's kind of wild to me how the show is flipped. It used to be, we got to include that really serious political story at the end of the show. It's going to drag the show down. Now it's that's front and center, and we have kind of the lighter news at the end. Yeah, more than anything, I think the headline is I'm fine. Sub-headline, I'm still going through a lot of the same things you are. There's part of me that wishes I could flip a switch and I could just not care about anything and be ignorant to many of the things that are happening in the world. But I found just over the last 39 years on this planet, I am not built that way. But that, my friends, is the end of your Tuesday evening, Wednesday morning.
Testify, Phil.
Not into the news. Of course, I'll see you soon because I got a brand new show for you every Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday at 6 p.m. Eastern, 3 p.m. Pacific. Thank you for watching. I love yo faces, and I'll see you right back here tomorrow.
Polygon played themselves and they lost. Oh, no.
They played themselves. Simple as that.
No.
We've been following the decline of games media.
My God, you look so much like my old friend. It's so annoying.
On this channel for over
He was not a biter. You look like a biter to me for some reason. Maybe. I don't know.
Year now, and it's because I find it absolutely fascinating. Because from my perspective, these guys have all the tools at their disposal to be as successful as possible. Far more successful than I could ever be, but they don't wield it with any real conviction. In most cases, it's wielded with ego more than anything else. They have the access, they have the experience, they have the pipelines, the platform. They used to have the audience, but they don't have that anymore. The reader, the gamer, the people that they need to be able to have a job in the first place, they became insignificant to them, or an enemy in some cases. And when you turn your back on the people that keep you employed, well, you find yourself unemployed. Odd how that works. Polygon is the latest to fall, and I think they're emblematic because in a lot of cases they represent the wing of the journalists that hate the gamers. Well, not all of them. Just the ones that they disagree with, which just so happens to be the vast majority of them, which doesn't work out very well for them. But, talented writers...
I fried, burnt the bottom of the note sheet by just leaving it in the pan for 10 minutes, and it made it perfect. It's slightly crunchy, but not crunchy at all. It's so good.
Cross that bridge. They know that you can still communicate and find ways to communicate with an audience that you disagree with. But Polygon is the best example of what happens when you turn your back on them entirely or you take up arms against them. So today what I want to do is I want to talk about the fall of Polygon. I want to talk about the continued death throes of legacy media. But I still think written media has value. A diversity of opinions and platforms is necessary. But that would require for games media to be relatable and to start delivering value. And I don't see that happening. Polygon has been sold off to Valnet. Most of its staff has been laid off. Only a few senior staff remain. Made their Doom 2016 gameplay video live on as a testament to their contributions to this industry.
Oh my God, I forgot about that. That guy did not know how to play at all. How are you a game journalist who doesn't know how to play Doom? That's the most basic game there is.
To this industry.
Look at this guy try to shoot. It's literally offensive to me.
16 gameplay.
Oh my God, you suck so bad. Okay, my friend's daughter, she's 7 now. She's better than this. You're so bad. How are you a games journalist?
Their contribution.
Why are you shooting that guy in the shoulder? Don't shoot a guy in the shoulder, Butters. Shoot him in the fucking head or the chest. Why are you shooting him in the shoulder, you fucking bad? Why are you nut-hugging this mob? You're so bad.
To this industry.
You have a gun. Your first instinct is to get in his personal space. Are you serious? I like making fun of bads.
industry.
I've
Well,
always made fun of bads because I was a raid leader for a while. So you watch them act bad and you're like, oh my God, do I need to yell at you about this? You're so dumb. And I'm bad. I do bad things all the time, but not like that. That's like a different form of bad, what I just saw. A games journalist who doesn't know how to play video games. Fucking bad. Fire that guy.
Come as a shock to some, it shouldn't, especially given how severe the layoffs have been.
Come on, man. Give me that job and I'll show you every game I've ever played. It doesn't matter. I'll show you old games. It doesn't matter. I'll be this huge resource to you. Give me that guy's job. I can't find a job for like, I don't know, like that, really. It's annoying.
Across gaming media, anyone who's been paying attention could have seen this coming. The entire writing staff announced their exits on Blue Sky, which tells you everything that you need to know. And in the eyes of many gamers, this wasn't a tragedy, it was a long overdue correction. I'm just gonna say it, nobody reads gaming articles like they used to. I've documented this decline before, but it's worth reiterating just how far these platforms have fallen. Legacy sites like IGN, Kotaku, PC Gamer, GameSpot, Polygon, all of them started their descent around 2014. And they had a steep decline after 2018 that they never bounced back from. In the eyes of the players, these sites have stopped being informative. They've stopped being relatable. They started pushing wedge issues, parroting.
No, they're always, my problem with them is they're fine, actually. I still do read IGN and a bunch of these. I still do read them on my phone when I'm taking a shit, right? And, no, these companies are fine, actually, and even the way that they write is okay. But what they do all the time is they pitch they clickbait you, then they get you in, and you realize that they baited you for some free game that nobody would ever play on some article or whatever, and you're like, why am I doing this? I thought you were talking about some crazy new sci-fi game or something, and it's like, this is some crappy arcade game for $5 on Steam, and it's like, why did you misdirect me so bad? And the nature of their clickbait made that whole industry die. I remember when they talked about this on BoJack when it was current. Way back in like 2021, they have Diane go work at Girl Sploosh or whatever, and she's like doing like editorials, and all she realizes that all it is just the title. If you can make a creative title, you can just make money. The inside of the article is like, slap it together or give it to your boss. And she realizes this, and it depresses her horribly, because she's like, the content has gotten horrible, and now I don't like my job anymore. And I'm like, yeah, that's what you guys did with the games journalism. You like make this big deal about some games, so we come in like thinking like, oh, they must be talking about some new Bethesda RPG or something, and it's some crappy $5 like shitty retro game with bad graphics that's like isometric, and you're like, why am I looking at this crappy $5 Steam game that from 3 years ago that nobody bought? And you're acting like it's big news on your fucking video game site, but it's not. It's just you and doing like an ad for the video game, but you acted like it was an article, and this killed the industry, really. And now we don't have games journalism anymore because you guys suck. Your fucking clickbait is just as much bullshit as these politicians are. It's a generation of fucking fakers. It's a generation of Dunning-Kruger people who thought that they could just take game journalism over, make a living off of it, and fill it in and start selling games as game journalism articles. And all it is really, it's actually just selling a game that sucks that nobody will buy. And it's like, aren't you guys basically scam artists then? You're like Riptonomics scam artist writers. It was just so stupid. You could have just talked about the games and you would have been fine. But instead you killed the industry. Diane talked about that in BoJack. She was like, yeah, I used to be this girl blog streamer who did girl power stuff, but then it ended up being this shitty clickbait thing where I just write one title that's a lie that has no actual content, and then I collect like, 10 grand. And I was like, oh my God, that's what you guys actually do?
Are talking points and outright alienating the very people who once supported them. Most articles now feel like sanitized marketing.
Is this, yeah, I think this is, it's, what's that game? Risk of Rain, right? This is Risk of Rain. This is a good game, but I don't know.
Worse, ideological messaging wrapped in clickbait headlines. And year after year, we've watched as these sites have consolidated, laid off, or pivoted to something completely
I'm becoming such a savant at this that I can just tell you what the game is just by seeing the fucking pixels. I'm becoming one of those weird savants that, like, I know so much about gaming. And when I see it, I'm like, wait, isn't that, I can just nail whatever game it is most of the time because I like at least glance at most games. I do give them, I'm such a games fanatic, really.
A desperate attempt to stay relevant. And I think that no other outlet
Oh,
better
the
represents
Nochi, I'm
that
so
downfall.
full. I shouldn't eat anymore. They're so good. Oh. It's so soft and good, and it's just like a $3 bag of pasta from Trader Joe's that's made of potatoes. So good. Soft potatoes. Mmm.
Wanted to set a standard, uncensored opinions, long-form journalism, video documentaries, cultural think pieces, and for a while, it worked. Their earlier reviews were sharp.
Yeah, like long-form journalism where you read like a 15-page article about like a whole subject matter. You know, you actually do learn like about that subject matter. It's like really extensive, like, you know, 4-line articles, like, you know, I'm sorry, 4 stanza articles or whatever it is. And like, and I like those. I like those long form things. You pick up a magazine, you're like, wow. Like today, I saw the video version of it, which is just like some blog, but it was some dude who sells classes worldwide to casinos to teach them how casino cheaters work and what to look for, because the guys trying to catch the cheaters aren't cheaters. Sometimes they are, but often they don't know what to look for. And so he successfully robs like casinos for like, I don't know, $10 million or something like that. It was never ever convicted, because if you can actually take the casino from the money, if they don't stop you from walking out the door, nobody does anything. Like nobody, like if they catch you cheating in the moment, they'll fuck you for a couple of years on a felony conviction and stuff. But they, like, most of the time they don't even want to do that because they know you'll come back and gamble more and spend more money and stuff. So they don't even really want to do that. So most cheaters, I learned all these crazy things. Like most casino cheaters are not actually punished. Like the casino, like that movie Casino made it, made this like, they made this like implication that like the mafia breaks your hands, or like the security for the casino is corrupt and they'll rough you up or whatever. But no, they're actually really afraid of losing the casino's license. As usual, they're all suit dummies, and yeah, the mafia was bad in the 70s and the 80s when they owned the casinos in Vegas, but they don't have like carte blanche to just break your fucking hands. That'll get them in much more trouble than you will for cheating. I learned this from this guy. He was like, yeah, for like 30 years I just robbed them right to their faces. For 30 years I just took their money. I would bring in like 4 guys, and one would be the fucking like the fucking the mechanic, and the other one's the executor, and the other one's the chip watcher, and the other one's the researcher, and they all do these like weird crazy things, and sometimes they work in pairs of like 2 to 4 people, and there'll be like 4 casinos, and they each work a casino, but they don't want to mess with each other, and they like they have like people come in and read the fucking tables to see when the dealer finally starts to become weak because of the way the blackjack deck is moving, and then they'll signal to somebody to go over to the table and play that particular dealer. And if you get caught signaling in the casino, that's cheating, and you will catch like a 3-year felony or something like that. It's kind of insane. So they don't ever catch it. And so a lot of these cheaters that go to casino, they're like cheaters, and like they'll do stuff like they'll slap down like $100 and $500 fucking chips, and they'll like stack them correctly so the shadow blocks the denomination on the bottom chip. And so then they make their $100 bets, but it looks like just 2 $100 chips, but it's actually a $500 chip and a $100 chip. And so then they make their fucking bet, and as the dealer is looking at the cards and dealing, they pull back the $100 chip if they're winning, and they pull the $500 chip if they're losing, and they only lose the 100, right? But if they win, what the dealer assumed was a $100 chip bet. And this is how a lot of cheaters fucking, where I learned all these insider cheater tips from just some dude on YouTube today, and I actually think that's like really interesting. You know, it's like what cheaters do in casinos. I didn't really know. A bunch of them have been ripped off because of their gambling addiction their whole lives. Thousands, if not hundreds of thousands, sometimes millions of dollars have been ripped off by well, not ripped off, but I mean the casino. Like, for instance, now apparently in Las Vegas, you can't get 3-2 blackjack anymore. Like you know, in the booths, you can only get 6-5 like, you know, 6-5 blackjack, which is like triple the house's odds or something of what 3-2 boot blackjack was in like the 70s in Vegas and stuff. And so now they're just running these house games where they mess with the percentages, and so what they have to do to actually get around it to cheat is kind of interesting, the stuff that they do. Like they'll have some dude like act like he's winning when he's not, and then they'll have him pull open his shirt, and there'll be a Superman logo there because he's trying to make people laugh. But over at the other table, because the dealer is watching the guy scream and say, "I'm Superman" and stuff, right? Over at the other table, they're like literally switching the blackjack decks so that like while the dealer is watching the guy scream, "I'm Superman" or whatever, right? The cheater is switching the decks while the dealer is glancing left. The cheater is quickly switching out the fucking decks the dealer's gonna use. They have weighted dice and stuff. Like something I learned that you can do is if they don't catch you, like he was saying, the most effective thing now is you can just bring in a pair of glasses that'll like vibrate your face and shit like this, and it AI visually calculates the fucking table, or like the roulette table or whatever, and it tells you what bets to fucking make by vibrating or whatever, and it can read like a roulette table and tell you the exact percentages by how the dealer is spinning the goddamn marble and shit like this. Fucking nuts. Like, and I didn't know cheating and got that fucking bad, but like a bunch of these people, I didn't really understand what their problem was, why they were doing this. I thought they were just desperate for money and they were just bad gambling addicts. Yeah, they're bad gambling addicts, but the reality is they drop like they lose like most of the time. They lose like most of the time. You can't actually beat the house. And so they lose most of the time trying to cheat, and eventually they just end up being cheaters and stuff. Everybody does. Even WSOP guys have been busted for cheating before. And like it's like, I don't know, I learned so much about being a casino thief today, which is fucking weird. And I was just listening to my phone, it just auto played it, and it was a long form, and it went on for like an hour and a half. And this guy was like, "Yeah, I do classes at all the casinos now." And he's like, "If you really want to be a modern cheater, you can't do stuff like mess with chips, because they literally put RFID chips on them and all this stuff. You can't mess with chips like they used to do in the 70s and the 80s and stuff. You can't pull chips when you're losing or place chips when you're winning. You can't really mess with the cards really, because they have all these cameras. They have like 12,000 cameras all over the casino, and like they watch every fucking angle, and you don't know they're there. The whole point is that you don't know they're there, and they can see the cards you're playing. You can't, but they can. They've got cameras all over that place, and they can see the cards you're playing. And if you give a signal at all that you're working with someone else, they just fucking kick you out of the casino immediately. And if they think you're cheating, this is something else I learned, they won't report you to the cops. I mean, they will, but I mean, they will if they've got you dead to rights, like felony cheating, right? But if it's tricky and they know you're robbing them, but they can't prove it and they don't know what you're doing, they will literally refuse to pay you. And when they do that, they're like, "Sorry, we just believe you're cheating, and we know you're cheating, but we can't prove it, and so we're just not going to pay you. And if you have any issue with that, you can take it up with the Nevada goddamn gaming council or whatever," right? And the cheater doesn't do that because they almost always have issues with the Nevada gaming council because they're Game Shark cheaters, right? They're like Game Shark people. They're almost like video game cheaters, sort of. And like they have problems with that too. You can imagine the Rust team probably has this with cheating really bad too. Like cheating is so dumb. It has such a bad, dumb, retarded, like throwaway money culture to it. It's so stupid. But I mean, if you can, like, so these guys, they like dump all their money in the casinos for like 20 years, and they get really angry about this. They're like, "Oh my God, I've spent like $5 million in the casino in the last like 5 years and shit." And they get really angry at the casino. So they just start cheating because they're so angry at the casino's odds, which are like, I don't know, 78% or something most of the time. Like he was saying, like the odds of almost any game in any casino, except for like blackjack basically, are like 78% in the odds in the house's favor. It doesn't matter how on fire you think you are. Like maybe you win one hand that one day, but most of the time they just rob people. So eventually these cheaters get into this resentment situation where they're like, "I really hate this casino because they've taken me for so much money," and then they just start actively targeting the casino, and it spirals into this thing where they steal like $5 or $10 or $20 million. They get busted for like 3 years. They do like 6 months in a minimum because it's almost like a white collar crime in some ways, and then they just sell out to the FBI. And then they start working for the casinos, trying to tell them how to fucking catch the other cheaters. There's always some new cheat that they do. The one that blew my mind the most is there's X-ray glasses that people wear that are just sunglasses, and they turn the shade of the card, and they can make the cards appear invisible, and you can literally read the giant jack symbol or the ace or the king or anything like that. You can just go in there with a pair of sunglasses, so they will not let you use a pair of sunglasses in the casino. They'll immediately bounce you. They won't bounce you, but they'll be like, sir, I don't know if you know, but we can't have sunglasses in the casino at all in any way or form. And they don't want to tell you why, and they don't want to talk about it, and they don't want to piss you off or make you leave. So they're just like, I am so sorry, sir, I can't explain it because of house policy, but we can't have sunglasses, you know. And they'll bounce you. If you don't accept, they're just going to bounce you because they're going to assume that you're going to the blackjack table to use your x-ray fucking glasses. And these exist. You can Google them. You don't need to show you. They fucking exist. I watched him do it. Like, there are x-ray glasses that can see right through the fucking card. Now imagine the guy who actually fucking, like, invented them. Imagine the guy who actually invented that the first time. He could just freely walk in with sunglasses in the casinos, probably for like 10 or 15 years before they got wise to it. It busted him and put on the sunglasses, and they look at the table, and they're like, oh my god, he can read the fucking cards, and he can read the cards. Like, they made a joke about it on Futurama. Bender was like reading all the cards with his x-ray vision and shit, and robbing Fry and all his friends and everything. And this is actually an old joke about a form of gamble cheating, where, like, you know, that you go into a fucking casino with a pair of weird sunglasses that at the right frequency will just see right through the thin cards. Like, the cards are thin. They don't have a lot of, you know, like, substance to them. So they're kind of thin, and if you mess with the spectrum, the light spectrum, the right way, you can see through the card. He showed an example of it on a fucking video. He was like, here's me looking at the cards. And he was right. You can absolutely read the goddamn symbol very, very easily. And so any casino dealer or even casino bosses for like 25 years probably totally didn't care if you just came in at 2 p.m. on the Vegas Strip. It's fucking hot out there. It's the desert, like that movie Fear and Loathing. You know, it's fucking hot. It's the desert. So if you come in at like 2 p.m., they probably don't care if you, back then, they probably didn't care if you took your sunglasses off. Like, remember something that what's it called? Hunter S. Thompson had was like sunglasses all the time, and I always kind of wonder what that was. And those glasses are actually kind of the glasses that you they kind of look like the glasses that you use. No, I mean, the glasses that you use to see through poker cards are actually pitch black. They look like really black, like you know, Loke dog shades, you know, and but for about 15 or 20 years, somebody stumbled on this. They had somebody make them a special form of sunglasses. So probably had a weird distortion or something. And they go into a casino and they realize that they can see through the cards. Whoever that guy was had endless money. Just endless money. He could just go into any casino with sunglasses, probably until like 1995 or something like that. He probably discovered it in like I would say like 81 or something like that. I bet it was about when our photocell technology would have worked to make something like that, right? He probably discovered it around probably like 79, 81, and then he probably had about 15 years before the pit boss finally makes him hand over everything he owns, and they look at everything he's using, and they put on the glasses, thinking there's no way he could have X-ray glasses or something, and they realize he does. He really, and then his secret's finally out. But for that 15 years, and this is one of the reasons why I'm so interested in casino cheating, right? Is like for that 15 years, he could just walk into a goddamn blackjack like casino or a casino with blackjack and just freely fucking rob them. You can see the dealer's hand. If the dealer's got a blackjack, just fucking bail if you can see it, because you do have a chance you get time. Like that is an advantage. The X-ray vision at the fucking table is such a big thing, and it does exist. Also, they sell yeah, I kind of want to re-watch this video live again. I want to hear this video again and try to absorb the information a little bit better. Let's see if it's on my history. Because he was talking about a device that you can buy that's like a pair of sunglasses that reads, like, it's not a pair of sunglasses, it's just like a pair of glasses, so it's really hard to detect. And it just like reads the fucking table and tells you what the percentages are by vibrating. And it has like a 78% win rate or something like that, which is like exactly what the house has most of the time against you. And they call that advantage cheating, because it's not like you're like stealing a card or stealing a chip or something. You're like gaining an advantage over the house by some outside means. And there's all types of stuff. There's like loaded dice, and let's go look at my history for poker, right? Let's see if poker pops what I'm looking at. No, I'm looking in my history. Oh, don't log me though. In my history, can I search the history? I'm looking for poker. Or will you just pop that? Yeah, you'll just pop that because you're incompetent, I guess. Okay, well... Oh, no, search watch history. I'm incompetent. So, let's see. Poker. Yeah, here we go. Oh, no, that's not it. No. Wow, this is from a while ago. Not poker, but cheat, right? I watched something today about how casino scams actually work. Yeah, these two videos were actually really fucking like enlightening, and I want to hear them again because I was kind of walking and distracted and looking at cars and stuff like this, not really totally focusing. But now I want to hear these again. I want to go add to queue, and run these.
My name is Sal.
So card counting is not illegal, which is something I didn't think was I thought it was actually really illegal. I thought counting cards was illegal. But no, they expect you to count cards, and they're very surprised when you don't. And they don't do shit to you when you count cards. They don't care about that. They can't stop you, so they don't try. And he talks about the system. He's like, 2 through 7 is 1 point. Or it was like 2 points or something. 8 through 10, whatever, it was like 8 through jack is 2 points, and then anything higher up to king is like 3 points, and then ace is the 4 points, and you can do in this way you can just count value of cards very simply and use the points to calculate where the ace is in the deck. And he'll talk about this, and I tried to memorize the theory, but I don't really need this information. I don't ever intend to cheat a casino ever. I just think it's interesting how much bullshit the cheaters come up with. It's insane. Like real cheaters, like cheaters that you can actually respect, because when they go home at night after they cheat, it's not to go home to jack off to like weird you know tentacle porn on Reddit or whatever, like, you know, and live their incel lives. They go home with like $1 million when they cheat. And I respect casino cheaters. I don't respect Rust cheaters, because Rust cheaters just ruin the thing that we love the most for no reason. There's a reason. Very real, very real reason too. So it's like, yeah, like even like Rust cheaters, I want to say, are such fucking born losers. They're such losers. If you're gonna cheat, go count cards in a blackjack casino, make $3,000, buy a girlfriend, and don't be sad anymore. Like, real cheaters are actually respectable. Rust cheaters are the worst scumbags of all time.
Let's answer your questions from the
You don't get anything from it. You spend money to do it because you're a loser. Like cheating should always have some sort of profit margin, or you're just a goddamn brain dead moron. I'm sorry. That's like the truth of it. That's what everybody thinks, because it is true. It's like, if you're not making money off of it, why the fuck would you cheat? It's so dumb. Why? So you can just get caught? It's so dumb. If there's not money involved, don't ever break the rules. It's just pointless. There's no reason to do it. Nobody respects you for it ever. Nobody ever is like, oh, you're a cheater, I'm gonna throw you my vagina and give you a lot of money now. No, it's not like that. Nobody cares if you cheat. Nobody respects you. Nobody even thinks about it. It's just something that damages the games. If you're gonna cheat, go cheat a casino. That I have a lot of respect for.
Absurd name 5231. Do you think any casinos rig the deck in blackjack using the shuffle machine? Yes, back in the old days when the mob ran things, casinos did cheat. For example, one way the mob would cheat is a cooler. In blackjack, 10, jack, queen, kings are 10. So here's a 10, 10, 8, 10, 10, 9, 4, ace 5, 2, 3, 6, 7. Set these cards up in this order and do it 4 times. When you have the cards set up in this particular order, no matter how I deal these cards out, you make a big bet. Look at that. You have a 14, you have a 19. I have a 20. You can't win. That's how the mob used to cheat. Today, casinos don't need to cheat. They have math on their side. All of these games are mathematically designed for the casinos to win.
This shit is like porn. This is such an inside look that it's almost like seeing a woman's naked body or something. This much information is so valuable.
You can get lucky. You can win. But if you're winning consistently over time, there's something wrong. And that's what the casinos have to figure out. And if they can't figure it out, then they call me.
Yeah, so one of the fastest ways to get caught as a cheater is to win. Like, if you are cheating, you should do it once and then take that money and leave. And even if it's only $1,000, you should do it once. You should take that money and leave the table immediately and exit the casino. If you are successful at all, you don't stay there long. You know, and another problem is when you behave like that, that leaves profile, and they start and they have like facial recognition things that do your face as you walk in, because they want your profile and they want to know if you're a cheater or a banger or somebody comes in over and over and over again, and so they do look at your face. It's insane. They have computers read your fucking face. It's insane.
Turbulent maximum 596 asks.
So I was walking, so I had my cell phone in my pocket, and I haven't visually been able to see all of the weird little like cheater things that this guy can show. He knows all the little tricks with your hands and the stuff that you can do. And I wasn't able to see today physically what he was doing because my cell phone was in my pocket. But now I want to see. I want to see what he does.
Has anyone experienced dealers cheat?
Oh yeah, dealers cheat all the time. They work in cahoots with the public.
Absolutely. There are many ways dealers could cheat. One simple way a dealer could cheat is here. You make a bet, let's say 75. So when I pay you, I should just size into you and pay you 75. But if you're my partner and no one's looking, I really gave you 100 there. A more sophisticated way a dealer could cheat would be something like this. You're working with me, you're my partner, you make a bet of $25. But when you win, I come out and I pay you. And it looks like I just paid you $25. Where in reality...
He tells this funny story where he was like, this guy caught me and he was a card cheat. He was a criminal. And he was like, this guy caught me because I was the only dealer in the casino who wasn't stealing. And the casino cheat respected this. He was like you want to keep your job, don't you? And he realized that the reason that the guy wanted to keep the job is he wanted to be like a card cheat maybe. So he respected this and he brought him into the ring.
I didn't. I used a chip cup.
But dealers apparently like steal. Dealers steal. Like it's like this terrible problem in the community, I guess, is a lot of dealers like steal like really small amounts over a long period of time. You know?
The Trojan horse of chips. This stack right here looks like a stack of 5. It's not. It's a hollow stack of chips.
Wow. See, this is the stuff I couldn't see because the phone was in my pocket. Look at that bullshit. So you just lift this, right, before they see. And you're suddenly like, oh, no, I bet $400. And they're like, you didn't bet $400. You had red chips. And they're like, no.
We're inside it. I conceal high-end denomination chips. So even though it looks like I'm giving you a stack of $5, I'm not. I'm giving you 4.
Oh, wow. Yeah, that's a good one.
100. Another way a dealer could cheat is the second deal. For example, if I know this 9 of spades is on top and I want to save that, when I deal this cards out, I'm going to keep that 9 right there.
Right there.
But I would do it on the pitch. As I push the top card over, the second card is exposed right there, and I'm taking it right from the upper right corner, and I pull the top card back. If I did it face up, it would look like this. And that card stays on the top. As a matter of fact, there's an old joke. The dealer was so crooked, the top card was getting dusty. Noob Slayers wants to...
Now, if you guys remember there, and I thought this was actually crazy because it's like...
How do you guys check if the dice is loaded?
If you recall, the most famous baseball card company is Top Card, I believe. I always wonder what Top Card meant, and I think they mean like it's the top card in the collection or whatever. But there's also a gambling fallacy thing about this, where if the top card is dusty, it means that the dealer's been cheating to screw you in the name of the casino or something, which is really weird. Or the dealer, just... the dealer at a table in a saloon or something, right? Just some dude who wants to play poker with you or whatever. The dealer could screw you, and there's an old thing that you can use to detect this. If the top card has any dust on it, it's because they keep moving it to the top of the deck, right? And that's kind of crazy because it's like Top Card is a baseball card dealer, I think. But they named their company after the card that you use to cheat with in blackjack, right, or poker, and that's a weird name for a company, Top Card, because yeah, there is like a Top Cards like cheat scam in gambling casinos, and I wonder if that's the reference or if they just mean like top card in the collection or something. I marveled at that. I was like, I wonder if Top Card named themselves after a casino cheat. Because that's kind of how those baseball cards are. They're kind of like sort of grifty a little bit.
Well, if you look at
there's this funny thing this guy did about how he can't get Pokemon cards. I wish I could play that, but I think it's probably DMCA maybe now.
Casino die, these dice are made to perfection. However, when the crooked dice maker makes these dice, he drills certain spots deeper and puts a heavy metallic alloy into it, thus making certain sides heavier. How do we check for that? This is a balancer. If I take a regular casino...
A man like this, and this guy, I don't think he's even that intelligent, really. I think he just knows the tricks, right? With this kind of knowledge, you don't ever have to work ever again. You can just go into a casino. You don't want to do it a lot, so you don't want to make a living doing this, but I mean, like, if you had, like, say, a fixed income and you wanted to blow, say, like $2,000 on gambling each month, you could probably come up with like 10 or 20 grand using like these sort of methods and stuff off of just like a couple of $1,000s and really supplement your income, which is what my interest is. But I don't ever want to cheat a casino. I want to take one of these strategies that they're using, and I'm not sure which one, and modify it so it's legal but also like lucrative. I thought I would mess with, he mentioned that the jackpot, I learned something new from this video. He said that the jackpot machines always have higher numbers, lower numbers, the closer they are to the front door. And he was like, the machines by the front door will hit. The jackpot machines in the back with the bigger numbers, they don't hit. And that is one of the things that the casino can do. It can mess with jackpot odds, and that's not illegal, I guess.
And I put it right here, and I spin it.
Yeah, the jackpot is just something that they offer you as like a, like, you know, as a like incentive to play that machine. But the jackpot itself is not a game of chance. I mean, it is. It's a game of chance. You might hit it, but you're not applying to play the blackjack in an actual game. You're not applying to win the jackpot as a game of chance. You are just in a chance to win that jackpot by just playing that machine, which removes the rules for the casino, so they can manipulate the jackpots on VLTs, which is video lottery terminals. Now on VLTs, they can manipulate the fucking, like, the jackpot on the top of the machine to read whatever they want, and that's not against the law. That's not against the, I mean, it's probably considered to be kind of like gray area, but it's not, like, you know, it's not against the law for them to manipulate those jackpot prices, because it's not the machine itself, it's just the jackpot at the top of the machine. The slot machine itself abides by legal standards, but the jackpot doesn't. And so they manipulate that all over the casino. So, and I didn't know this, but he was like, the closer you sit to the door, and nobody likes to sit by the door, because it implies that you're like lazy, or that you don't want to see the casino, or there's like sunlight streaming in and it might be too bright, or like whatever, right? But he was like, no, like the closer to the door you are, the more likely you are to win. And I was like, oh, that's a weird one to just sort of make a statement about. But he was very solid about that. He was like, the ones by the doors are the ones that people don't go to. So he was like, those are the ones that they lower the odds on, so that they maintain this overall appearance, or sorry, up the odds on, so they maintain this overall appearance that they're not like fixing the odds. But I mean, they're messing with jackpot prices on the top of the machines. They're like monitoring.
Watch how that died.
They can, like, you know, that jackpot is not a game of chance itself. It's not one that you directly apply to. So there's no rules that apply to it in you know, that the you know, the gambling policy people that are state, you know, that work for that state. They set a bunch of rules as to what is cheating, what isn't, and what the games community can do and what they can't, and what the gamblers can do and what they can't. But there isn't rules for those jackpots that they put at the top of those machines. They can do whatever they want with that. You'd be surprised how much I fell victim to that, because I would go to the biggest, I didn't know till today, but I went to the back of the fucking casino to the biggest jackpot. Now, we won that jackpot. It was like $7,000. I knew the day we were going to hit, and we did. But, like, or it was less than that. I think it was like 4 or something. I forget how much it was. It was a lot of money, though. It was like 4,000. I think it was like 3,300, something like that. I forget. But, like, you know, and we had to split that. But I ended up, like, taking a lot less, because I just wanted the $5 that I comped my friend for. But she wouldn't pay the $5 when she should have. And then she wanted the whole thing, and I was like, no, you got to give me half now, or we're gonna have a battle and stuff. I comped you, it's on camera, and I told you if you win, you got to split it and stuff, and I'll sue you if I have to. But I mean, like, that's my money. And she was like, you can't do this to me. I need this money. You don't understand. This is like the difference between maybe living and dying. And I was like, I get it. So I'm gonna give you a lot of it. I'm just gonna give you a lot of it. I get how much. I see the desperation in your eyes, and I'm just gonna give you a lot of this money because I don't care. You know, and this is also a lesson I'm trying to teach her. I thought I might marry that girl, and I was trying to show her that money doesn't fucking matter. Friendship is what matters, and it didn't fucking matter. She took the fucking money, and I learned. It was me that needed the lesson, you know? Ugh. So I gave her like, I don't know, I think in the end it was like $2,200 or something. I made her give me like $800 because I was like, you got to give me something. You don't have to give me the whole thing. I'm gonna ask you to give me something, or we're not gonna be friends anymore. And I know a lot about you, and it's gonna be a battle, and you don't want this with me. Give me something that you think is fair, but that I can still be your friend and do right by you. And she was like, okay, I'll give you like $700 or $800. How's that? And I was like, yeah. I know how bad you need this money. You can have the whole $2,200, and I'll take the $800, so you can just have this money because I didn't really expect this to have this money. It's just a gambling win, right? It's not like I paid or worked for this money. It's a gambling win. So I was like, you can have the majority of it, yeah. And then I never spoke to her again. I took my $800. I could have just taken $0, but I actually like took my $800 for the friendship, and then I never spoke to her again because I was like, if you're gonna put $2,000 over a friendship, you're a worthless piece of shit human like these trader pig dogs who don't care about our kids being dumb, you know?
X.
You're worthless. They're all worthless. Most of humanity is worthless right now. They don't have morals or values, or they don't do good things. They might work jobs and live their lives piously, but that doesn't make them totally like good people. They still do stuff like back Trump and all this. It's sort of weird. It's like most of the world is a scam right now. I really don't like humanity. They've got we have these shitty little litmus tests that we get. And like, you know, and that mattered to me. I was like, oh, you're gonna put the money over the friendship? She was like, absolutely, I'm a heroin junkie. I was like, okay, I get it, but you should have just given me the $5, and you could have had all goddamn fucking whatever it was, 3,300 of it. And I would have been totally fine with you walking with $2,295. You would have had more money, but no, you fucking tried to jack me on the $5. And when the jackpot hit, it was like we were gonna have words or a battle or some kind of like lawyer involved or something. I was like, I'm not leaving with nothing. That's not happening. I told you when I gave you this money, you got to give me something. It's just like, all right, I did agree. I shook your hand, and she was better than I thought she would be. She handed me like $800. So to her credit, I still think of her fondly. She did give me money, you know. What was I gonna do? Beat her ass in a casino? No, I can't do that. She's a woman, so like she had the advantage there. But to her credit, she did give me the $800, you know, or whatever it was. I forget. And I was like, yeah, I mean, I was like, you know, it takes money to run this machine up. But I realized today after I watched this video, I was going all the way to the back of the casino, to the worst machine, to the biggest jackpot, and getting completely scammed by that fucking casino till I hit the jackpot because I didn't play anything else but that machine for 4 months, you know? And then I hit the jackpot off of like, I think I spent like $2,800 and we won like 33 or something like that. And then so I lost some money over that. I was kind of irked about that, but it was because I trusted her. That was my fault, right? But I mean, I didn't lose that much money. Like, you know, I didn't lose much money. I got to play and drink for free for like 4 months or something like that. I would go there after work, and I would just drink free alcohol drinks for like $1 tip or something like that. And I would just like play the $5 VLT or the $1 VLT machine for, you know, like hands of like $1, trying to crack that jackpot in the back. And we did crack it. And I knew the day that we were gonna do it. I was like, I'm due, and I told her, I was like, I think we're gonna do something special. We're gonna go to the casino and we're gonna win thousands of dollars. And she was like, no, we aren't. I was like, yes, we are. And she's like, you seem kind of certain. And I was like, yes, I'm certain. I believe we're going to win today. And I brought her there, and we went to the machine, and we won $3,300 because I'm that good at this sort of thing. Right when I thought we would. And I warned her, like, I was like, you got to give me the $5. Just give me the $5. Then I don't give a fuck. Then morally, it's totally okay for you to sweep the whole goddamn jackpot, and I don't care. Just give me the goddamn $5 I comped you with that you promised me you would pay me, or I'm going to demand half this money. Like that was like the argument we had, like the hand before we won. We had this bad argument. I was like, let's leave this place. I just want my $5 back. Let's just leave. I was like, let's stop. I don't want the jackpot. Fuck this. You're just going to walk with the whole thing. Fuck this. She was like, no, I am going to win. I'm going to win. I can feel it. She was like, she was starting to feel it too. She was like, I might win this. And I was like, yes, you might win this. And we're like due now, where it's probably within a few hands or something. I was like certain of it. I was like, I don't know how I knew, but I was like, I'm certain of it. I know when I'm going to win most of the time. And like fucking, and it was weird, and then we did, and I was like, you should have paid me the $5, because I was totally okay with you walking with $3,000. What I'm not okay with you is not kicking the friend in who put you there. That makes you worthless to me. At that point, why don't I just take the whole fucking stack? That's what I said. I was like, at that point, that makes you worthless to me. She was like, no, okay, I'll work something out. She had the possession of the money. I let her take it. She won the jackpot. She grabbed the money, and I was like, okay, you can just take it. She was like, don't touch. And I was like, okay, I won't touch. Fine. You know, whatever. It was like a child with candy or something stupid. She was like, I need this so bad. It's going to change things. And I'm like, yeah, right. You're a heroin junkie. Nothing changes things but heroin. I was like, yeah, right. You're not going to change. But like, whatever, I hope she does. And she was like, no, it's going to make things better for a while. And I was like, yes, it is. It's going to make things better for you for a while. It's $3,000. It would make things good for me too. I could maybe go back home with that. You know, I made points. I was like, I could go back to Colorado with that money. You know, it means a lot to me too. And she was like, yeah, I get it. And so she gave me like $800, and I was like, okay, well, at least you did something. If you hadn't done something, we would have had a terrible, terrible thing that would have plagued you for the rest of your goddamn life. And trust me, everybody who ever did cross me got it really terrible for their the rest of their fucking life. I don't want that for her. And I'm not talking about like some murder or problem or violence or anything like that. I'm talking about I just destroyed their lives and made them regret fucking with me, because that's the only defense that I have. You know, I figure out what their worst weakness is that couldn't possibly affect me or get me in any trouble or anything, and I just leave them open to that or whatever. It's not very hard. You just figure out what they're weak to. Maybe it's possession or something like that. You just leave them open to that, whatever it is. It's not hard to destroy somebody. It's more about like, can you be a real human being and do business with me and show me honor and do something? And to her credit, she did. She handed me $800, but like, you know, how close she came to just directly trying to take the whole pot before she realized how big of a fucking thing that was. I looked her in the eyes and I was like, this won't end well. If you try to do this to me right here, this won't end well for you, you know? And she was like, I see that, you know? I was like, yeah, I'm not gonna let it go. I'm not that guy. I've never been that guy, you know? I warned her. I was like, I told her right there in that scene, I was like, I'm an interesting guy. You might be surprised what I'm down to do and what I'm not down to do. You'd be surprised how easily you probably could take that whole pot with just some words or whatever. And I was kind of hinting at something, but I was also like, $800 is like, you know, good. It's good. And I was like, that's okay. You showed me honor. You did me right. You, like, when she handed it to me, I was like, I will take it. Yes, I will take it. That's okay. I will take the $800 if it means that you and I don't lose our friendship in some kind of crazy battle where one of us gets hurt, you know? Because you can't fuck me. You can do a business deal with me like she did, but you can't fuck me or I'll destroy you for the rest of your goddamn life. And this goes for the people who haven't gotten theirs yet. It's coming.
That's a regular die. Now let's put this die into it, which is the loaded die, and let's see how that one acts. And you're gonna see it's not balanced. This is called a dead ace. If you roll this die on the table, more than percentage dictates, a 1 will come up on this die. I can roll this die 100, there's a 1. I can keep rolling it. There's a 4, there's another 1. A 1 will come up more often, but it's not guaranteed. When you're gonna put crooked dice into a casino, you need a guarantee. So let me show you how that would happen. So if you look at these dice, they look the same. Look at the 1, you'll see the casino name. And if we roll these dice, there's a hard 8, there's a 5 with a 1 and a 4. But you know what you're not seeing? A 7. These dice cannot make a 7. On the bottom of that 4 should be a 3. It's another 4. And the
oh, yeah, there's no 7.
Should be a 2.
And the dealer never notices.
5. There are only 1, 4, 5 on these dice. These dice cannot make a 7, and you will win, guaranteed. That is the reason why craps tables have mirrors around it, so the boss could look into the mirror and see the opposite sides. So now you're probably wondering, how do the cheaters switch the dice? How do you get the dice into the game? I'll bring in the green dice. So let's suppose I want to switch the green dice for the red dice. When it's my turn to shoot, as I reach for the red dice, I switch them for the green. It's called a palm switch. Out of all the cheating moves, that is the hardest one to do. But now watch how that looks with the same color dice. I cannot tell you the last time I've ever heard of crooked dice being used and getting caught, but I do know they're being made, and they're not made for entertainment purposes. Peer Mail wants to know, what is it like working security at a casino? You're looking for things out of the norm. For example, a dealer should never turn off a game. If a dealer ever turns off a game to look at me, the only reason that dealer is looking at me is to see if I'm looking at them. And usually that means that they're about to do something. Now, when you're a dealer, you're looking for the players to cheat. Some of the signs that you're looking for is distractions, trying to make a dealer look elsewhere while you're gonna hit them on the other side of the table, or when they start putting their hands too close to their bet. That means they're about to pinch a bet or press a bet. If they win the bet, they're gonna add to it. If they lose the bet, they're gonna pull some back. Or when hands leave the table, those cards always have to stay in view. When these cards leave the table, the player could be switching cards, could be marking cards, definitely up to no good. Hey Paloo 23 wants to know, can somebody teach me how to count cards? I'm ready now. Counting cards is very, very simple. Each card is assigned a value. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6s are assigned a value of +1. 7, 8, 9s are 0. 10s and aces are